was a child, I walked around with my hand stretched to my side. And in the front seat, I spread my fingers out when I learned to drive. Well, I was waiting for your hand, I was waiting for you. Yeah, I was waiting for your hand, I was waiting for you. When I was alone, I watched them slip as they sliced into my skin. At that hospital, where the blood poured over my arms and the light shined in. Well, I was waiting for your hand, I was waiting for you. Yeah, I was waiting for your hand, I was waiting for you. I was overjoyed at the hope that you'd walk in at a red light. All the days that I did not know if I'd make it through the night. How lucky am I to be alive, to love you. How lucky am I to be alive, to love you. Let me go back and tell me I'll survive, and say someday you will find me. Let me go back and tell me I'll survive, and so someday you will find me. Let me go back and tell me when I was a child. Let me go back and tell me when I was a child. Let me go back and tell me when I was a child. Let me go back and tell me I was overjoyed at the hope that you'd walk in at a red light. All the days that I did not know if I'd make it through the night. How lucky am I to be alive, to love you. How lucky am I to be alive.
In a world ravaged by monsters, chaos, and strife, a land in turmoil cried out for a hero. They were adventurers, forged together in the threads of fate. They are not what the world wants, but what the world gets. Together, their courage will change something?
and welcome to Adventures of the Known World, a Dungeons & Dragons campaign set in the world of Xena, Warrior Princess, and Hercules, The Legendary Journeys. Think of this campaign as an improvised fanfiction in the Xenoverse where fate is determined by dice rolls, and the heroes are what Xenites hate most about fanfictions. Chock full of Mary Sues. Our story takes place during the 25 years that Xena and Gabrielle were presumed dead, when in fact they were just taking a long cold ice nap in some mountain somewhere. The world still cried out for a hero, and we'll see if these adventurers can help out in the known world in the Warrior Princess's absence. While you should not expect to see Gabrielle during this campaign, it will be riddled with familiar characters and lore from ancient Greece. The D&D content featured in this campaign is a mix of homebrew created by myself and some others, as well as content from Wizards of the Coast and Arcadia, which is available on Kickstarter. Sound effects and music by Sirenscape, because epic games need epic sound, and special music featured by Hey King. Check them out on Spotify, iTunes, YouTube, Bandcamp, Facebook, everywhere. And as always, I am Amanda, the Dungeon Master for this campaign, and with me is... Who do I have here? Sorry, my screen just went completely blank. I have... on Bailey, Heika, Leo, Robin, and Taylor. If you haven't followed us on YouTube yet, you should go ahead and do that because all episodes are uploaded there, and all previous ones are uploaded there, and this one will be uploaded shortly after the stream, within 24 hours or so, and you can watch us in your own time, which is wonderful. You can also find us on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Tumblr. All the links are to the sides here. And then, yeah, we will get started. Last we left off, Aidos and Kiba decided to get some Pythian games on, participating naked in the races, and our little satyr friend decided to use some magic to disrupt the games and almost got caught. And then thought, hey, I'm a satyr. I do this sort of thing. No big deal. If I get caught, I'll just talk my way out of it. And that cockiness gotcha in the end, didn't it? As we cliffhangered with the local enforcement tapping you on the shoulder and saying that you're under arrest. Well, your friends are back, enjoying the games. You are just outside the Agora, heading back towards the inn, with a girl that you picked up at the theater being arrested by 3 townsguard. And we'll start there.
Excuse me, officers. Have I done something wrong?
Immediately, the one grabs both of your hands, while the other one starts pulling out manacles, and says you are under arrest.
No.
As you were seen disrupting the Pythian games.
How could I wasn't in the Pythian games.
You were seen. Judgment has been made, and
this is not the satire you're looking for.
Manacles have been clasped on your wrists.
Excuse me, sir. What did that satire look like exactly?
It looked like you.
Did it have like browner tips?
It looked like you. We saw you with our own eyes.
I can see where the confusion is getting. No, see, I have a twin brother, Bilius. Call him Bill for short. Bill, he is the black goat of the family. He likes to trick people. He got into some really bad folks. I think they're called Chimera Machina or something like that. I don't really know. The rest of the family is really disappointed in him. But I wasn't here in the city.
You weren't here in the city?
No, I was praying to Pawn.
Roll me a deception check.
$14.
14. The one that's standing in front of you looks like he's hanging on to every word that you're saying. Like, oh, wow, mistaken identity. Wow, I get it. I have a twin brother myself. Yeah, it's terrible. The two behind you can't really see what their faces are, but you feel the manacles tighten around your wrists. And one of them speaks up and says, well, then your brother can come and confess for your release.
He wouldn't do that, sir. If you're trying to catch my brother, tonight is if he did something wrong, and I don't know what he did, and I'm so sorry for what he did. But if he did something wrong, he is going to try to escape tonight.
And that's too bad for you.
I don't know, like, that's his modus operandi. Inside? Fucking hell. Oh. Why did inside have to be good? Inside, let me see, hold on. I don't know what it is, but it's like... oh yeah, 20.
20. Oh, that's pretty good. You get the impression that they don't believe you about a brother. Or the one that's specifically talking to you and starting to lead you away. You see the girl
I was in the roads near Mount Parnassus. I was just praying to Pan. May he bless you all for this mistake. My brother, that's his modus operandi. He tricks, he steals, he flees, and he repeats it, and he repeats it, and repeats it. And then...
Alright, go ahead and you can roll one more deception check. DC will be higher as they don't believe you and you stick to the same story.
Come on. Oh yeah, I'm going to tell.
Alright, and we will...
I rolled nice for the insight, but not for the deception, which is what I have higher.
Alright, so they start leading you away towards the stocks. You recognize them because you've probably been in them before, maybe?
The stocks? Yeah.
It's where they hang people with their wrists in their head and people throw tomatoes at them.
Sir, this is a mistake. See, my friends were at the Pythian Games. I wasn't. I left early. Don't tell me my brother set me up. Oh my goodness, that's so typical of Bilius. When Mama finds out about it.
Alright, third and final deception check again. With the fails, the DC goes higher. As they're starting to bend you over and put you in your little setup.
How? The question is how. 14 again. How?
Sir, maybe we should look into this other brother. Don't be stupid. This is what satyrs do. They're tricky and they try to get out of things. They're chaotic for the sake of being chaotic.
I will invoke duplicity and just put like a satyr with slightly browner tips running away.
You feel the top of the wood close, and you're locked into place. Your hands are cuffed into the stocks.
There he is, Bilius! Look!
They didn't see him at first, but then they do look to where you're looking at, and they say, "Huh, there is a satyr." Alrighty, and then they go after it. All three of them, but you were left in the stocks. What's your AC?
My AC is 14.
14. There's a splatter as a tomato hits the board beside your head, and you see a young boy dressed in, it's a very, very ratty tunic. And you can see he's got really messy hair. He's pretty dirty, but he's got a couple of rotten tomatoes, and he's looking like he's gonna have some fun.
May Pan bless you, my child. May Pan bless you. My twin brother is over there. See how bad he behaves?
He
shouldn't
throws
have-
another tomato. This one hits you square in the face.
I'll like. Thank you. I haven't eaten today.
Meanwhile, we will go back to the rest of the group. You guys have been celebrating Paris's win.
Yes. Congratulations, Karas. I heard you ran very fast while wearing very heavy armor. I'm still not sure why, but that is quite an accomplishment. So, and I'll pat you on the shoulder.
Thanks.
It's all for the sake of competition, you know. It's an amazing feat, Karis. You did excellent, my friend.
Oh,
You're
you
amazing there.
pretty well today. Thanks.
I don't know.
Competition. I just really enjoy the games. Games are so fun. These are super fun.
Yeah, but I just won 1 out of 3 races that I run. It's just.
How about you still won?
Yeah, and you got to play 3
But only
different
one.
games.
I need to see if I can, for something else. I mean, it's just I feel like such a loser
How can you be a loser if you've won something?
because I lost.
But you.
But it's
also
not
won.
about winning or losing. It's about playing the
Of course,
game.
it's about winning. Then why else would you be playing?
Because it's fun to play.
Yes, it is fun to play, but it's also fun to win.
But isn't it more fun to play? That way you even, because if you don't play, then you can't even win in the first place.
Of course, you cannot
Then-
win if you don't play. I totally agree with you. But what's the point of
I would walk
playing
away.
if you don't aim to winning?
Because it's fun.
I think you did really well.
Confused.
Oh, thanks, Diana. Sorry, Regan.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so you only won 1. That just means you have to try harder next time. Maybe this is
Yeah. I'll be
a
training.
good motivator to
Yes,
do better next time.
course.
That's all.
Definitely. Hey, Regan, I'm gonna head to Lady Demary's house since I still have some business there, and we're
Yep.
done for today's games. You mentioned you wanted to come.
I do. I'd love to go. Yeah,
Do you want to go now?
sure. We can go right now. That sounds good
Not
to
sure
me.
about Kiva and Driana. How you guys feel about it?
How late do you think that it is? Are the pools still open? I wouldn't mind getting some more hours of practicing in.
I will, if it is still open, catch you there because I need to practice myself. But I'm not sure. If you find out, well, I guess I'll see you later.
Yeah, it's still it's later in the afternoon. It's 3-ish, but there's still time to swim. Yeah.
Oh, well then in that case, since I've already practiced and played in the pool, I would like to go play in the ocean. Want to meet me there, Ayatos?
Yeah, I'll meet you there. I definitely need to
Awesome.
practice before tomorrow's session.
Cool, I'll see you there then. I
Perfect.
leave towards the ocean.
I'll call after Karas if he's still in eyesight and ask him if he wants to go.
Yeah, I'll turn around and walk right back.
Okay. I guess we'll head to Damaris's then.
Driana, do you have any other plans?
Oh, well, as exciting as I'm told the events around here are, I find I can't take too much advantage of them, at least without someone to narrate them for me. So, yeah, I might as well go. Perhaps I can assist in some way.
Perfect. Let's go then. So we head off to Lady Demary's house.
Awesome.
As we're walking, I'll pull Dre aside, just kind of fall back behind the rest of the group. So I kind of felt guilty to you, preaching to you earlier about keeping stuff from the group, so I shared a bit of a secret myself. I told the group about the bounty that was on Bruna's head. Just in a way to try and get everyone to sort of understand how risky it is to do magic in public, and just the added risk it has for me. So, the conversation kind of came up because of Sapphus interrupting the games, so I just figured I might as well come clean about it.
Oh,
I figured I'd let you know, but everyone knows, so you don't have to worry about keeping that one to yourself.
well, that, yes, that does seem like that would be a bit of a pertinent information. Was Sapphus receptive to this information?
Well, I mean, the whole group was definitely understood. I mean, I've been pretty honest with them about how dangerous it is to be doing magic, just in general, but yeah, I mean, most of them were just kind of concerned about seeing how maybe we could get the bounty lifted so that I'm no longer at risk, which is not a bad idea. I just don't know exactly how we'd go about it since we can't prove that Bruna's dead. But yeah, I mean, Sapphus is just fly by the seam of their pants kind of person, so I think I'm not really sure what the result was of the conversation, other than they left to go. They talked about going to the theater, so hopefully they're careful. I'm not really sure if they're going to stop doing magic, or in the very least if they're going to be a little more careful.
Do we have reason to be concerned? Should we? Are you okay to stay around?
Yeah, I was pretty clear with the group that if they were going to be reckless, then I'm not going to be able to be around them. But and not just because of the bounty, but magic is dangerous, so no, I mean, it's kind of play it by ear. If they're doing magic in public, I'll just leave, if I can. So
if we need to leave, I will ensure that we get you out safely. Don't you worry. As I think the phrase goes, I have your back.
Thanks. The same goes for you, obviously. You're at risk as well. So we all are, really. All of us can do magic in some way, so gonna have to think about it more often. Been guilty of it myself. I've done it a couple of times as well. So I think I was just a little more subtle about it than interrupting citywide games. So I don't know. Sapphus is chaotic, I suppose.
Well,
I'm not sure if I was able to get through to them, but the rest of the group seemed to take it pretty seriously.
Well, perhaps it would behoove us to proceed with caution. I didn't see it myself, but to hear you explain it, the magic that Sapphus used was in full view of a very, very, very large quantity of people. Being seen in their presence could prove detrimental. So, yes, let us be cautious.
Yeah. Hopefully Sapphus is all right. They said that they could keep their disguise up for the rest of the day, at least for a few hours. So I'd say keep an eye out for them. But if they're in disguise, we probably wouldn't be able to tell anyway. So don't know.
Well, for the next few hours, how about I keep an ear out, and perhaps once dusk falls, I can help with the...
Sure. Yeah. I'm sure they're fine.
Yes, I'm sure. What could possibly go wrong?
Yep.
And with that, we'll go back to Sapphus. You have taken a total of 3 vegetables to the face at this point. You're starting to collect a little bit of a crowd, mostly people living more in poverty. It's kind of sad to see, actually. They're throwing food that they could probably eat. But they're hurling some insults. They're trying to shame you. It's probably the they don't get to go see the plaything game, so this is probably their entertainment for the day.
Who is the strongest of the poor people?
Roll me a perception check as you look through the crowd of the people that are gathered.
I've been rolling so well.
Always roll well.
Not lately. That is 11.
11. It's hard to say who would be the strongest, but you take your time and look around, and you wait, and you look some more. But you do see that there is a man that doesn't look like he's melting away. He does look like he's got an okay build of stronger arms.
Okay, is he within 30 feet of me?
He is, yes.
I'm gonna cast Charm Person.
Okay. Wisdom save?
Yeah.
That is a 14.
Fuck.
What do you mean, fuck?
DC is 13. Why? Alright,
roll me an insight check.
Alright, 20. Again, for insight.
20. You look at him, and he locks eyes with you, and you see that he had a little bit of a shudder on him the moment that you realize the spell failed. And he starts looking around very suspiciously. And then he backs up and then walks away.
Alright, I'll try to talk to the people.
Okay.
My good sirs, do you see how the city treats you? You that could not see the beloved games. How could they do this to you? The games should be free. You should be free to go see the games and have food and they should not imprison people for speaker than mine and for worshipping Pan, the god of nature. This is a heresy, and may Pan have mercy on them all.
Roll me a persuasion check.
That's a little bit better. I'll go with the first, not the nat one. That's 17.
17. Yeah, you listen as the crowd starts to murmur a little bit. At this point, the ones that have been throwing things have kind of stopped for a moment. You've definitely got their attention.
People of the city of Delphi, oh sacred city of Delphi, the gods are listening, and they are not pleased with what they are seeing. With their merciless and defenseless people, the people that sustain the city, who work the fields. You are suffering, and for what? For the people who govern the city to be bathed in wealth, while you have nothing. While me, a mere holy person, is imprisoned because of a mistake. I did not do what they accused me of.
Roll me another persuasion check.
16.
You get a couple of them muttering some more, and you hear a couple yes, but you also hear a couple verbiages of dismissal, and you see that you're losing a couple people, and they're just like beginning to just walk away.
I will I'll cast Charm Person at 3rd level.
Okay. I forgot to mention, Charm Person is verbal and somatic. What does that look like?
Like, I'm literally just doing this. The somatic is like with the hands, right? Yeah, I'm doing it with the hands tied, like doing the symbols.
But they're in front of you, so people would see them. What would it look like?
Oh, they're like
Oh, you go.
people. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to disperse it with like, oh, they're like this, and like
Yeah, you're stuck. So your head and your hands.
I'm trying to like gesticulate a lot, so it disguises, and I will try to mutter the words of the spell meanwhile I'm speaking like.
Alright. Is there anyone in particular you want to charm? And man, woman, child?
Can I try to see who I think could be like the people that have the most influence?
Sure, roll me a perception check.
Nope.
Yeah, you just see a bunch of just people.
So I will charm a child, a woman, and a man randomly.
Alright.
Scatter the field.
Alright, so we'll go child first. That's a natural 1.
Yes! One!
And you cast it at level 4? Or did you...
Third, I only have third.
Okay, so third would get you 2 people or 1 per 2, 3 people?
3 people. Okay. 3 people.
The woman that is with the child, the mother, is not charmed at a 15.
Okay.
And 14 for the male.
Okay, so just the child.
Okay.
You're my child. Do you believe me? Spread the word that this city is so unjust to its lowest class citizens, and it should not be like that. Spread the word and free me from this bound.
Mama, we need to free him. Shush, no. They've been bad. They're correct. They've been bad. Hush, child. But Mama! Mama! And starts like to tug at her arm. Can you stop it, kitty?
Like, people of the city, why are the arrested people always the poorest? Why? Do I ask you? Do you know why? It's because they do not provide you with the bare minimums of survival. And they ask you, they explore you, and they give you nothing in return. People of the city, rise and free us from our bounds.
Roll one more persuasion check.
Which one? Okay, that's not bad. That's 20.
Awesome. Yeah, you hear people start looking around. They're like, yeah, you're right. Wow. And then you see some of them start to walk off, like in a we're gonna go do something type thing. And you see a little pull away from its mom, and he starts running. Roll me up insight check.
That's 15.
15. Yeah, you're watching them as they're starting. A lot of them are starting to disperse. You feel that you've gotten through to them, that they need to stand up for themselves. However, as you're waiting, you realize that they're not coming to save you. They're revolting almost without you, and that they may be feeling a little bit more confidently to break the rules, but not to bust somebody out of what's considered jail there.
Is there anyone inside?
Roll me a perception check.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20. You look around and there's certain people getting like further and further away. But you look up and you see that there's a towns guard sitting next to you. And he claps you on the shoulder and says, "Good try."
And I'll try to charm him.
Alright. 15.
Fucking hell!
Why is your wisdom so low? From there, we're gonna go back to the other party. I'll let you think of more things. You're on mute, Leo.
Yeah, I was. Have we arrived to the Mary's house?
Yes, at this point you have.
All right. So I guess I'll just knock the door.
Sure. You come in through the big gate, and you walk up to the door that you entered. You entered prior, seeing her before, and you are greeted by an older lady. She's dressed in finer robes, and she's wearing a cowl. Both the robes and the cowl are kind of like a darker maroon color. And you can see that she's got some wrinkles, so she is older. And she says, "Oh, you are the Promethean.
Yes, I am, ma'am.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I heard good things."
Exaggerations, I bet. Will Lady Damaris be available to speak?
Oh, certainly. I can check. Do come in, and she'll invite you, and then she looks at the others and invites them as well. And she leads you to that garden in the center of the estate. And she says, "Let me see if she's available."
Thank you.
And she leaves you
here
for a few moments.
Boy, I sure hope Sapphus is okay.
I'm pretty sure he's probably getting drunk on the tavern.
Why wouldn't they be okay?
Oh, sorry. No, I don't know. I'm sure they're fine.
Yeah, they were like disguised, right? They should be fine.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. They would never do something stupid like dropping their disguise.
Out of curiosity, on our way, like, would we have passed by, not like through, but like by the area where they're being held and potentially heard a commotion? Like, obviously we walked past. Okay.
No, you guys, where you guys are at, it's like the north side of the city, and the slums are the very, very southwestern side.
So we like would have walked past like a very determined group of poor people.
No, not at all.
We've never been. Have we ever been in that area of the city? We've never had a need to go down there.
No.
Copy.
If they're coming this way, we might meet them outside, but we'll see. I mean, we're on the Arkan's house anyway.
A few moments later, you do see the Lady Damaris. She walks in. She's wearing similar colors, but a different tunic than last. That darker teal color with the blue cape. She has a peacock feather in her hair. It is long brown, kind of left to its natural wave. And she greets you with a smile. However, Adriana, she looks tired.
Oh.
Hello.
Lady Damaris, it is good to speak with you again. Tell me, how do things fare with you?
They fare fine. It's been a great few days of the Pythian Games. Thank you for your contribution to the Flamebringer mission. I understand that it was tougher than most years, as you arrived quite late. I suspect it was probably the snakes in the area.
Well, it was a bit more than a snake, but yeah, we managed to handle it.
Tell me what happened. Yeah, go ahead, Robin.
I was gonna say, can I insight check her? Oh, I'm fine.
Sure.
Natural 20 for a 23.
When she said it, she dropped eye contact with all of you. And you notice that her eyes flickered out the door as she said it.
Like towards the street, or
just one of the doors. Where you were in the center, there's the door you came in, and then there's like 3 others. It's kind of like a square. But she did look out the door that you came in through.
Okay, continue. Sorry.
What happened on your journey?
I will relate her all the details. Well, not all, but highlights of her journey.
Go ahead, do that.
Right. So,
what you want her to know?
Well, we were on our way up the mountain. We got to where we needed to bring the flame, but we were attacked by a creature. It looked like a dragon of some sort. We managed to take it down, but well, it was like a mix between a snake and a dragon. My memory is a little bit fuzzy. Anyone remember more detail about the creature?
Yeah, it was like a giant snake, and it seemed to have been hatched by men all wearing similar robes.
I've heard talk from people on my staff that the snakes were an omen of the python returning to Mount Parnassus. This wouldn't have been it. Could it?
Oh,
no,
we don't know.
It couldn't be.
How has the snake problem been behaving these last few days? Do you know? Have you heard of any other attacks or any other problems with the snakes around town?
I haven't seen any in the estate since that evening.
Excuse me. You made reference to something called the python. I'm not sure I'm familiar. Could you perhaps elaborate for us?
Of course, it is in Delphi's history that Apollo defeated the python, and that's where he got his prophetic abilities and gifts them to the Pythia herself. The Pythia is named after the python.
Do you know of any significance that this creature might have if it was indeed the python?
I just assume that it would want to enact its revenge upon Apollo and his followers for its death. A creature like that is very dangerous.
I know we have low passive perception, most of the group, but is there like any way we can infer from her behavior if he reacted to the rough man that Regan mentioned?
Yeah, you can roll me an insight check.
Anyone else with a better insight?
Oh, mine's terrible.
Yeah, mine too.
I have decent insight. I'll go ahead and do that.
Sure, and Karis has already rolled too. I think he was on mute though.
13 for me.
Yeah, I got 9.
Sure.
I got a nat 1, so no.
She does look concerned.
So her husband is the Archon. What does that mean?
Are you asking the DM what you know about an Archon?
Yes. Yeah.
Sure. You have rolled in the past, and it was Archons are elected officials.
Okay.
Depending on the size of the city, there might be more than one. This is the only one that you guys made note of in Delphi, though.
Demar, it's not that I think that you're not, delightful to speak to, but I'm wondering if maybe we could speak to your husband, given that he is, in charge of the city. As far as we know, maybe he might have some more information regarding snake attacks.
Driana, with your passive insight, you notice that when Regan said your husband, her eyes flickered, like, in fear. Unfortunately, my husband is not available. He's very busy with the games after all.
Oh, alright. Is there any time that we can arrange to speak with him?
I can let him know that you have interest, and he will summon you when he's available.
It's funny, though, because when I met Aetros the other day, he mentioned that he needed some of his potions that we tried to buy off of him for your husband. Is he not well?
He's fine.
Can I roll an insight check on that?
Okay.
$12.
12. She seems confident in her answer.
Okay. We had the chance to see the Oracle from a distance when they opened the Python games. I had no idea that she was your daughter. She seemed tired. I'm sure it's very stressful to be in such a high position within the city.
All right, Juliana, you see with your passive insight, you see her attention. She was a little bit standoffish and trying to appear like everything's fine, but as soon as the daughter was brought up, her attention was kind of brought back to Regan. Like, I'm closing my walls on you, but then it was like, what are you saying about my daughter? Like, almost like there's an interest in what you're saying. But then as Regan was saying, I saw her, she looked tired. You see worry. That maybe that wall is being broken through a little bit. And she says, yes, she is my daughter. She's...
You must be honored for her position.
Of course, it's a great honor. And with everything that's been going on, I'm sure she's just tired with the amount of work that the Pythia has to do around this time.
In terms of the games?
Of course. The games are in her honor. She's required to make appearances and speeches on top of her regular hours as Pythia. And there are more people in town. Lineups are bigger. Right. I'm sure there's a pressure there as well.
And so young. Is it common for them to be this young when they take the job?
She is the youngest. However, I don't believe Apollo put any age restrictions. As long as they're a virgin, he chooses them when he does.
I hope you don't mind me asking. I'm just curious. I don't mean to be intrusive.
Lady Damaris, I have heard through tales, so I could be mistaken, but the burden of prophecy can be quite great, especially for someone so young. So if there is any way we could be of assistance to yourself or your daughter, I'm sure we would be glad to do that. That is a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of one so young.
You see her look back towards the doors again. And she reaches to her belt and she pulls out a small sack and she hands it to Aidos and says, "This is your earnings for the Flamebringer mission."
Yeah, I reach out my hand, put it underneath hers, with the other one take the bag, and try to hold her hand for a bit longer. Just look into her eyes until like, Lady Damaris, please, if you have any worry or if you have any problem in the future, just let us know. Our personnel will be happy to assist you in any quest or assistance you may need. And I'll take the bag and put it away.
So, I'm just so curious about all of this stuff. I am a bit of a reader, and if you ever have any free time, I'd be happy to pay you for it. But I just have so many questions about, how all of this divination stuff may work, and how it is it came to be your daughter. And I don't want to overwhelm you right now. It's clear you're very busy, but I'd love to talk to you about it sometime.
Perhaps sometime. Driana, with your passive insight, you can sense that there's something that she wants to say, but her eyes keep flicking to the doors around.
I'm gonna kind of wander off a little to the side while they're still talking, and I am going to write a note, which once I'm done, I will very stealth pass her.
Okay. Describe to me how you're going to stealth, and give me your stealth roll.
Be sleight of hand.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I'm going to wait until a point in the conversation where it would not seem odd for me to sort of take her hands or shake her hand and pass her the note that way. And sleight of hand. Oh, natural 20 again, so 23.
Okay.
Can be done while we are saying goodbye, I guess.
You see that she gives you a look as she feels the parchment paper slip into her hand, and she immediately straightens out the collar on her tunic, and then she stands up straight and gives you a very diplomatic smile and says, "Well, thank you for your service to Pythia and the games. Please enjoy your stay in Delphi."
Thank you, Lady Damaris. We'll be around in case you need anything from us, anything further, just let me know.
Perfect. And Robin, I'll have you text me what that note said.
Okay. I am on it.
Meanwhile, Sapphus, it's been a good half an hour. Your wrists and neck are starting to get a little hurt with the position that you've been hung in. There hasn't been very many people coming. A few of the town's guard have been walking around.
So, how many guards?
Currently with you, there's 3.
And either go one of two ways. Alright. Can I do thaumaturgy and just help myself look like I'm sick, like I'm about to hurl?
Yeah, you can definitely.
With my my eyes looking like they're a little bit bloody, my pale a little bit, my skin a little bit paler, and
Sir! I think it's gonna get sick. Roll me a performance check. With advantage with your thaumaturgy. What is it? It's a 1.
It was a 3 then a 2.
3 then a 2. Oh no. The guard. They look fine. Besides, it's only another half a day before we can release them.
Do another thaumaturgy and make voices like whispers coming from like the alleys. Like, we're gonna kill the guards. We're gonna kill the guards. We're gonna kill the guards. They support the revolution. We're gonna kill the guards, and then the government and everyone. We're gonna kill them.
One of the guards doesn't appear like they've heard him, but the other two start looking around, and you see that they're gripping their weapons a little bit tighter. Two of them whisper to each other, and then one walks over to the other guard that doesn't seem to be paying much attention, then whispers, and you see him start looking around. And all three of them begin walking off in different directions.
I cause tremors in the earth, like people are like stepping and like moving. For 1 minute, I can cause like harmless tremors in the ground. Just like there's movement in the streets.
Yeah. You had seen that all three of the guards. Is it coming in one direction?
How wide is that
surrounding?
Yeah, how wide is that area that you can just cause earthquakes in? That's dope.
It's not It's not an earthquake. It's just a tremor in the ground. It doesn't say it like the space. It just says that I can do it.
Like a little vibration.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. From like one area, like multiple alleys, but in like one area.
Okay, so it's not like it's gonna be like a surrounding effect. It's gonna be like in one spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be like coming from one area.
Perfect. Yeah, so you see as the three guards were taking off in different directions, all holding their spears, and they start walking away, but then you use your thaumaturgy to create a small tremor in the ground to your left, and the guards stop, look at each other, and they exit stage right.
So I'm alone.
You are alone.
Alright. I'll cast spiritual weapon and just cut my ties. They're like ties, right?
No, you are in in the stocks. So you know, like pirate shows or medieval shows, they have like a block of wood and your head's in the center and your hands are sticking out.
Oh, okay. So what is like, what is closing it? Is what I mean. Like,
it would look like, so it's like a piece of wood and then it slams shut and then there's a lock and a chain that holds it together.
Chain. I'll try to like spiritual weapon, try to like break the, try to free one of my hands so I can get so I can like uncast it and grab like another weapon, like physical weapon. Do I have stuff with me, or did they took it away?
Here, I'll show you a picture of what it looks like if you just open up the...
I know what it looks like.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I have like something with me, or it's just like...
no, they would have taken your stuff off of you to keep it safe. Okay. You don't know where that is.
Never mind. I will not cast spiritual weapon because that would be not good. And I'll fuck.
I think that might be a good idea, though.
But the spiritual weapon? Oh yeah. Okay, all right.
No?
I'll cast.
You try to get out of it, right?
Yeah, I'll cast spiritual weapon.
Wait, hold on, and Robin is saying, do not. That might have been a horrible idea. I'm just like looking at pictures.
I was trying to say, like, did I hear well that it's just like for half a day and then I'm done? Then I wouldn't do that. Then I wouldn't like cast spiritual up, and I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's like about a half a day.
Yeah, I wouldn't escape through like. I would just like I don't know. I want to try to be more comfortable though.
It's not meant to be comfortable.
Yeah, but I wanna. I mean, I can do one thing. How long does this last? No, it's 1 minute. Never mind.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah, because I don't want to. I don't want to seem like they escape, because then the whole guards are gonna come after me anyway. So might as well just sit it out.
You're learning. That's called character growth, people. All right, we'll go back to the rest of the group. Actually, let's go to Kiba. Let's see what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm just swimming laps in the ocean right now because I'm super excited. I found out that there's real games in these games.
Sure, absolutely. So as you arrive down at the beach, you see that there are... it's about as busy as it was any other day that you've kind of like walked by it. You see kids playing in the ocean. You see a few boats, a few buoys that are being anchored in there to set up for the swimming races that are coming over the next couple days. You do see some athletes in the water swimming back and forth doing laps. You see just the cliffs to the... Kitty, stop. The cliffs to the east. You see some people jumping off, practicing some diving.
How long has it been since I've arrived?
You would have arrived. This is day 3. So this is the 5th day since you've arrived.
Okay, cool. But it hasn't been long since the party has left me, right? Since I separated?
It's been about 40 minutes.
Oh, okay then. Yeah, I guess I go practice swimming some laps using the buoys, and then I'm just like chilling by the place where they're jumping off and doing dives. Final answer.
No problem.
Like, do I feel the need to like go to see them and like check in on all of them?
That's completely up to you.
You want to keep 40 minutes would have done that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that for a couple hours.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that for a couple hours for sure.
No problem. All right, back to Triana, Regan, Carson, Iatos. So you have slipped the Lady Damaris a note, and you are now walking out of the Archon's state.
And I'll look around, but not be able to see much. I think we need to find a place that we can talk very privately. Is there somewhere around here?
Well, thinking maybe we can return to my room at the tavern, because otherwise, I wouldn't trust. Did you sense something that we didn't, maybe?
Yes. I picked up on a number of things, and
say no more. Let's go to my room and we can discuss it there.
That sounds like a very good idea. Yes, let us do that.
Okay. So I guess we'll start on our way. Iris is visibly torn between going back to the room and discuss and going back to Kiva to swim around.
As you guys... So you guys are going to walk towards the Saucy Satyr. You know that Kiva said that they were swimming in the ocean. The ocean is the south of the city, and the Saucy Satyr is like towards the south end. It's not too far from the inn.
Okay. Guess it'll be a quick stop, hopefully.
So as you guys make your way back through the town, you start passing through the Agora, and you hear some like disturbances. Women being like, "Oh, ew! What is this child doing here?" And you hear a small voice saying, "We all must worship Pan and rise against the Archons. Fight the system."
What is that?
You see a little boy, maybe 6 years old, sandy hair, big eyes, skin and bones, just wearing some tattered shorts, not even wearing a shirt, just covered in dirt, tugging on people's tunics in the Agora, convincing them that they have to worship Pan.
I just walks up to the child and goes like, "Hey kid, what's up?"
Have you heard the word of Pan?
No, I haven't had the pleasure, I guess.
Pan will save us. Give us food to eat and allow us to watch the Corinthian games.
Okay, are you under a threat, kid?
No, of course not. Haley, what's up?
Oh, I just whenever wanted to know if I had heard of Pan.
You can roll me a religion check.
That's a good point.
I'm gonna walk up to the kid and give him a silver. Yeah, you tell them, folk. Rise up. Pat him on the head.
24 for religion.
24. You have heard of Pan before, yes. Pan, though it is a Greek deity, it has very similar tales of Faunus, which is the ruler of the Feywild, what your people call it, the Feywild, or Phaedra, and takes the form of a satyr. You know where you're from. They can be tricksters, kind of like fairy in nature trickster, probably similar to what Pan is in Greece. And you remember when your aunt came home when you were a little older, probably approximately about a year before she passed. She would always say things like, "Don't catch Pan's eye." Almost like a little bit of a warning, like, "Oh, don't do that, or the trickster god will get you."
Who's Pan?
Do up your shoelaces, or you will catch the eye of Pan.
Okay.
So I asked the kid who's Pan, because I have never heard of it, I guess.
I don't know. But he will help us.
Okay.
Who told you that?
Good.
Oh. The one in the stocks. The one that the town's guard captured. We were throwing tomatoes at him, and they said that Pan would save us and give us a better life.
I know a little bit about Pan, and that doesn't sound like him at all.
But they said.
Wait.
Well, it doesn't sound like they knew what they were talking about.
Shouldn't
People
just
on
believe what
drugs are
strangers
usually-
tell you all the time.
They're mortars and thieves, and you cannot just trust the word of criminals.
You're the system. You're a liar. And the kid starts to try to run away.
You're the system.
Bud runs away.
Hear him! I am not the system. I am a
It's like another
Okay,
silver
flame bringer.
It's amazing.
This town is getting even more frustrating at a time.
Weird, man.
Wait,
This is a
Regan,
weird
you were
town.
mentioning that's not Pan at all? What do you know?
Oh, what I know of Pan is he's more of a trickster. He comes in the form of a satyr, which is funny because the satyr we know is a bit of a trickster as well. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but
funny coincidence. Yeah.
A little bit, yeah. What do I know of satyrs?
Suspect of this coincidence?
Yeah, what do I know of satyrs? Do I know much about them? Do I know that them by nature are like?
Roll me a nature check.
All right.
Nature?
Yep.
That is good. 14.
Mine was 16.
16. Okay. This is the first satyr that you have met in person. You know that they are very similar to the centaur, which they are half man, half livestock, essentially. Horse feet, minotaurs have, like hooves, they come from, similar... They're similar in that sense. Pardon me, heartburn. As where they actually come from, that they're usually seen more in, foresty areas. Just because, you've never seen them in any metropolises or villages. Other than hooves and horns, it's pretty much what you know.
All right.
Robin.
So in terms of passive perception, because that's chances are higher than I could roll. Can I invoke passive perception to say I'm just sort of No? Okay. Then while they're dealing with the kid, I'd be sort of standing back a little bit and just trying to catch the conversations in the area that we're in to see if I can hear anything relevant.
Sure, roll a perception check.
It does seem like a bit of a coincidence that the one satyr we know is a bit of a trickster, and then Pan is also a trickster. Yeah, that's kind of all I know about him.
I've never really seen kids like.
Yeah, so you start listening to the conversations kind of around. Most of it is talking about the current games, events that are happening, the events of the day. Some are talking about the Oracle herself. Some people are talking about what they want to buy, what they saw that they want to buy. It's all very much general speak in this area.
Okay.
The most common thing is piping games and the vendors.
And that's with a 26, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one thing I do know that's kind of interesting about Pan, since you asked, I'll tell you happily. He's similar to someone that we back home regard as the leader of the Feywild. Here he's a Greek god or deity of some sort, but there's some similarities, and yeah, the Feywild is yeah, it's full of tricksters too, actually, from what I know. Weird coincidence.
I'm not sure. I mean, yes, we're in a business city with the competing games. There's many people coming and going. What are the odds?
Sorry, what are the Feywilds?
How would I describe the Feywilds in this world?
It's the way that you would describe it is it's a realm of legend, much like Field or Tartarus or Mount Olympus is, where those that believe it exists in its own plane adjacent to Earth.
Right.
And that's where, fairies come from, and Gallagher's come from. And that's where magic... Yes. That's where your people specifically believe that magic was fed into the known world.
Do I know for sure that that's where Gallagher comes from?
That's where your people believe that familiars come from, yes.
Well, the Feywild, to my people, is, it's like this kind of beautiful magical land that kind of is runs parallel to our own, and that's where, I mean, we believe that that's where the magic comes from. In like that's how it gets to our world. That's where I pull. I mean, that's where I believe I pull Gallagher from every time I summon him.
Huh. Cool.
Yeah.
Well,
Magic's weird.
speaking of
Yeah.
tricksters and satyrs, I was
Yeah.
thinking while we were heading to the Mary's house, maybe I was too hard on Sapphus, you know? I know he was just trying to help, and I know he's maybe called attention to the group, but I think he did it unintentional, you know, and maybe, I guess I'll talk to him, them, and make, well, clear the air between us. What do you guys think?
I mean, I agree with you. I think that Sapphus didn't necessarily have any nefarious intentions when they cast the spell. I do think that the conversation was necessary. They seem to be pretty flippant with their magic. I don't necessarily think you were too hard on them. I think it was going to be a difficult conversation regardless of what we said. It's hard for people to acknowledge that maybe their behavior could cause others harm when they don't necessarily mean it that way. So but it might be good to have a follow-up conversation just to make sure that we're all, you know, copacetic.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm just...
Oh, but who?
Good. Just to make sure we're all good, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I roll an insight check to see if there's more to what went on in that conversation than maybe Regan explicitly explained to me?
Sure.
Well, that's not good. Yeah, that's only 8.
No.
I trust Regan too much.
We can never lie to you.
Your best friend.
Absolutely.
Alright, so let's move on to the tavern.
Okay, alright, yeah, you move on to the tavern. Not a problem. Kiba is still swimming. Sapphus, are you still gonna try to wait out your time until you're found? Okay.
Still acting like I'm sick and still doing like, oh, there's rumors there. Like every time like there's a guard, I'm like, oh, I'm sick. Rumors
Alright.
there, like do the shit, and just try to be like zone out. Think, well, when I get to the tavern, I'm gonna get so sick and so just right on top of me. Come on. This
Give
all
me
gonna be
attention!
Yes.
Woe is me! I'm so ill! I love it. Okay. So you guys get into the tavern. It is starting to pick up a little bit more. People are starting to come in for like an earlier dinner. You've noticed this a few times that people are coming in and out at different times. Some of them like to get it out early and then go and do the theater type things because a lot of stuff happens at night there. Some of them stay out later and then come back. That the ones that aren't really interested in the theater, they'll tend to take a later serving time. But you see that it's starting to pick up a little bit.
I mean, it is later afternoon. Do you guys wish for sustenance, or should we head directly to your room, Aitos?
I will
eat.
prefer to go to my room.
Could we get it sent to your room? I mean, your family.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe Quintus can have something sent to us. Because I'm really in a hurry since I want to go practice. So
Can I take a look around and see if I see? I know Kiba is practicing, but can I see if I see Sapphus or maybe the person that they were disguised as earlier.
Sure.
And I'll be
Perception check.
I'll be going to Quintus to order the food and some drinks.
Sure.
15.
15. No, you do not see either of those. Sapphus or Junius is what he described himself as when he left.
I'll mention that to the group. I'll just say, it doesn't look like Sapphus has made it back yet. Hopefully they're alright.
Or maybe they're busy at the room.
Yeah, or they're disguised as someone else.
Or partying at the theater, whatever you do.
Yeah.
Theater
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, the endless possibilities.
Aidos, you see Quintus, and he greets you and says, "Oh, my friend, welcome. Will you be having your meal now?"
If you don't mind, can that be sent to my room? We have some information to discuss, and we will just like the privacy of my chambers.
Of course. And he looks around. How many in your party will be joining you?
That'll be me plus 3. 4
Right,
total.
and is the young redhead or the tall silver-haired one going to be eating? I noticed that they have a different dietary need, as well as your the tall, dark hair.
Yeah, my tall, dark hair friend is joining me as well as the redhead, Regan. But the silver-haired tall man, he's not around, so he won't be joining me.
Not a problem. I will send up some meals for you.
Thank you so much, Quintus. And I pay for the meal, I guess.
Sure. Did you want the premium or the regular?
Premium.
Ooh.
We're celebrating victories anyway.
Alright.
Coming from the one that didn't like that he only won one race. So you were so
It's
brooding.
still a win, and although his pride is still hurt, he still wants to celebrate his win.
Mark off 2 gold and 4 silver
2 gold
for the meals.
Silver.
You probably wanted drinks as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. For that, do you want ale or wine?
Wine.
Wine. He can send you up a pitcher for 2 silvers or a fine bottle for 10, depending on how you want to celebrate. 10 gold.
10.
Oh,
10
10 gold?
I guess I'll go with the silver.
Alright, yeah, he'll send you up a common pitcher for 2 silver.
Okay, so that'll be 6 silver in total and 2 gold?
2 gold, yeah.
Alright. There.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You guys can head up to your room.
Yep, so I'll go back to the group and we just head back to the room. So we close the door after the last one has come in. Please guys, get yourself comfortable. Food and drinks will be coming up shortly. Coming over shortly.
Do exactly what Karis does.
A few minutes later, I'm assuming you're probably going to wait for your food before you start getting down to business?
Yep.
Cool. The door to your room knocks.
Okay, I'll go open the door.
You see a 2 staff women carrying trays and Quintus. And Quintus says, "Hello, friend, your meal is here." And they come into your room and they start setting up a little bit of a table. You see one lady drops various vegetables on a plate. Another one has some bread as well as some meats. And you see Quintus carrying in, it's interesting, it's a bit of a small clay object that has a bowl on top. And you see him starting to put little twigs at the bottom, and then you can't quite tell how, but all of a sudden the twigs kind of start to form a little bit of more of a coaly ember at the bottom and starts glowing a little bit red. And you see him then stir the contents of this bowl that's on top. And he says, "Premium fondue."
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
And he says, you just take your fork and dip whatever in, meats, breads, vegetables, and it's a nice cheese made out of ale.
Sweet. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And here's your wine, and he sets that down with some goblets. And you have a great evening. And he takes his leave with his two women.
So guys, let's dig in and let's talk, I guess. So Dree, what did you wanted to tell us?
Well, was it just me, or did the rest of you perceive that there's something distressing the lady Damaris?
I mean,
No.
I guess not. I was so focused asking her questions, which I never really got any answers to, so I'm super frustrated. We'll have to go back and talk to her again.
Yeah, you might want to soften your approach.
Sorry. Sometimes
These
I
are
just...
a little bit of personal questions. I mean, I will probably be a little bit uncomfortable if you were just,
I know, I'm sorry. I forget that, like, people have boundaries because I'm just so curious. And I just want to ask all the questions. I apologize.
I'm pretty sure you're fine.
Gotta soften them up first.
Yeah, maybe Kara's, you're a charismatic pretty guy. Maybe you can talk to her next time for us.
Yeah, I could give it a shot.
Yeah, that might be better. I'll just say.
Well, he's popular with ladies, so I don't see how that can hurt.
Well, he's charming, right? Like, he's a good-looking guy. He's charming, of course. So maybe that might go over a little better than just like this tiny person peppering someone with questions.
I guess he's all right.
So the vodka's pretty good, right? Yeah.
Dree, she seemed uncomfortable.
Yes. When the subject of her husband and her daughter got brought up, her demeanor changed actually quite significantly, and she kept darting glances towards one of the doors within her abode. I got the sense she was she has a secret. I think she's quite scared. I almost maybe got the impression that she wanted help, but was perhaps afraid to ask for it. And I hope I didn't overstep or do something any of you would disapprove of, but I did slip her a note giving her an opportunity to approach us for help in a way that she might feel safer to do so.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's good thinking.
Yeah, super smart, Dree. I'm glad you picked up on that. She seemed scared. I definitely did not notice. I hope she's all right.
I think there might be something quite amiss either with her or one or both members of her family. We did hear mention of the Archon being sick, so it could amount to information we already have. Right. But also we noticed the Oracle looking quite sickly. I think there is more going on here than we currently understand.
I mean, I definitely agree. That's why I asked all the questions, which I guess was the wrong way to go about it. But hopefully she gets back to us with a note. Maybe there's something we can do to help.
Absolutely. I did invite her to contact me here under a ruse, so that if anyone were to intercept her missives, it would not seem untoward. But shy of that, DM question. The layout of her house, given the door that she was looking towards, would I know if that room would perhaps have a street-facing, outward-facing window? Or is it like an interior room?
So where you guys are, it is like a central interior garden. It has an open roof, and the doors that surround you, there's 4 of them. They are not more doors, they're more archways into the hallways. Where you come, it seems like maybe the hallways and rooms border the center garden. And then you know that the back end of the house also gets bigger and bigger. So you notice that the first door that I flickered in was the one that you came through, but then she'd been keeping an eye on all of them.
Okay. No one else really knows I'm here, because why would they? So, if Quintus mentions that there has been a missive or a request for me, it is almost certain that it has come from the Lady Damaris. Just so you know.
It's good. Good job, Dre. That was the right call for sure.
Definitely. Always good to offer help.
Since it's just the 4 of us, I thought I'd bring up what we talked about this morning, Drew, with Kaz and Iris. Just maybe we could talk about it a little more and see how they feel in regards to sharing it with the rest of the group.
I'll clasp my necklace and message Regan. I do understand what you're doing, but they didn't ask many questions before, and I feel like this is inviting questions I would really rather not have to answer, but I do trust your judgment. But please, can we at least proceed with caution? I cannot go there. I can't.
Yeah, of course. No, I didn't mean for them to ask questions. I meant to ask them how they felt about Sapphus and Kiba knowing. That's all.
Of course. Okay. Continue.
Hey, Toast, we cannot hear you. You're talking with fondue in your mouth.
Yes, definitely. It's a good fondue. What can I tell you? Yeah, I was asking DM if we were Regan if we're hearing this conversation between you guys, or if you were off to the side.
If I'm doing message, the only people that can hear what me and Regan just said, you guys can't hear it.
Okay. Yeah. Noted.
I'll just turn to them and say, I spoke to Dre this morning in regards to the secret that you guys found out, and she's nervous about telling Sapphus and Kiba, and I'm of the mind that honesty is better than not telling. Just wondering how you think they might react. She's especially worried about Kiba.
I think Kiba would be okay. Just.
Oh, she's swimming? Or what are we talking about? Wait.
As long as they know that you're not, jumping on innocent bystanders and stuff.
I just think Sapphus has caught wind of something similar to the way you guys have. And I just think it could come out in a worse way than if you're just honest. That's all.
Oh, yeah, best to just,
Oh, I see what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Well,
I respectfully disagree. I mean, I could be wrong, but Sapphus has been warned many times of the dangers of using magic, and yet continues to do so. I did not see it, but you guys told me what transpired this afternoon, and I have nothing but the greatest respect for Kiba. But Kiba has a great reverence for doing good and reverence for life, which my lifestyle is somewhat not that.
I mean, but like we said before, I mean, I haven't seen you like nibbling on innocent people. And I honestly, I think like we respect all of the creatures in nature, right?
I think this is not a group decision, to be honest. I think this is Triana's call. I mean, who cares what anyone think?
I mean, I agree. It's obviously Dree's call.
It's just advice.
If they get angry, we'll just deal with it, I guess.
My concern, my only concern, is it may come out far more publicly if it's rooted out by Sapphus's curiosity than if we just tell them. That's the only reason that I'm saying anything, because it is Dree's decision. I just, want to
consider that a treason from them and treat it as such, to be honest. I mean, we are a group that has faced so far a couple of dangerous situations, and I trust any of you with my life at this point, considering what we have been through. I know we have met each other for a very, very short time, but I've grown to respect each of you, and I think we have exposed more than one vulnerability with each other. So I feel like we should, like we mentioned to Sapphus, we should protect each other. And if they don't agree, maybe they're not fit to the group.
No, I don't think that Sapphus would handle the information poorly. My concern is the way they may go about getting the information, not in any sort of malicious way. It's just that it could become more public. That's all. I trust very easily compared to Driana, and I just don't see any reason not to tell them. But it's not my story to tell, and I understand, Dri, that this is very difficult for you, and I know that you don't want anyone to ask any further questions, and has already been asked, and as it is your secret, you can lay out those ground rules if you decide to speak to Sapphus and Kiba.
Okay, if I may, Regan, you have a very good point. If they make it public and we're on a public situation, that might get out of hand and it might affect the whole group. So if you, Driana, decide to go ahead and tell them, my proposal will be to do it in a non-public location. Maybe a forest or somewhere where if anything goes wrong, we can just flee and let them be. They can just do whatever they want and we'll do whatever we want and just, no harm done. If they go bragging about it somewhere else, at least it won't affect us if we're not there, right?
Are you suggesting like out of the city?
Yeah, definitely.
Take them to the woods.
I mean, you two found out in the woods, so it seemed like it was a good enough place.
Well, I think it was a setting where maybe Adriana might feel more comfortable if she decides to do it. In the end, I still think it's her decision.
Absolutely.
Has well, I consider you guys now, as I said, friends. As such, Adriana, you will have my full support. Karis is right. We've seen you make no harm to people. On the contrary, you've always willing to help. So, in what concerns to me, my bow is at your service.
And you have my axe.
And you have my hammer. I was thinking the same thing.
I mean, I know we still have to talk about some evident problem we run into in certain house, but whatever happened there, it's not what I was feeling. So I really wanted to take the opportunity to tell you I'm truly sorry for what happened there, and I'll try to take measures it doesn't happen again. It was not my intention to hurt you in any way.
Oh, I do. I know that. At first I was unsure, but then I felt the effects of, what was it? Oh, the Furies firsthand myself, and so I know. I do understand what that influence is like, so please, don't bear any guilt to that. You and Karas have been very stalwart and true companions, and I appreciate you for the understanding that you have given me. It really does. It means a lot. And then I'm gonna turn to Regan and just sort of clasp her hands and look her straight in the eyes. Regan, if you truly feel that this is the best course of action, I will trust you on it. I will share.
I mean, I do, but you know, it's your decision. The only reason I brought it up with Carson and Edis was just for to see how they felt that Sapphus and Kiba may react. And it sounds like they don't think it'll go badly, but it's ultimately your call, and I'm sorry if you felt like I've been pressuring you. I'm just concerned. Sapphus didn't react well when I told them that they shouldn't have been doing magic because it could put me at harm with the bounty. I think they felt like maybe they'd been left in the dark a little bit. And then expected to behave a certain way without knowing all the information. And while I see that point of view, it ultimately remains dangerous to do magic in public. But I just think that people don't like to be lied to. That's all, even if it's a lie by omission.
Well, you understand people.
I don't understand
far better
people
than.
No, I really don't. I don't get people at all. I just,
Neither do I, but I think Regan has a point. Kiva being Kiva, or at least what we know of them, him, I guess he might react badly, or he might react worse to the lie than to the fact itself.
I think Sapphus will react badly to a lie than the information.
He's a liar by nature and a trickster, I mean, it will be very hypocritical of him, don't you think? Them?
I think it's just gonna make them want to jump her bones like even more.
That's a good point.
Sorry. Why would Sapphus be interested in my bones? I don't.
Oh,
that sounds rather morbid.
Yep.
I guess more so the flesh surrounding the bones. Anyway.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I get.
Is
I
Sapphus
guess
a cannibal?
I don't think so. They were really upset when you brought the goat in, so I don't think so.
Well, what will a cannibal be for them? Eating goat and eating men? Anyway, no, I guess we were not talking of eating in the literal sense of the word.
Because they want to get very, very close to you. Physically.
And I'll just sort of intimately. Oh. Oh dear.
Well,
in any case, it's Driana's decision, I guess.
About this time, you guys have all finished your meals. Keeper, are you still going to stick around? Keep swimming?
No, I think it's about that time. I haven't seen anything from Iatos, and so I figured that he's not going to come and join me for practice. Plus, it's been like a few hours, right?
It's been about 2.5 at this point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, so I head back to the Salty Seder.
Awesome.
I like saying that. Good name.
You are greeted by Quintus and says, "Oh, young master, your friends have retired to the Flame Keeper's room. I believe you do know the way now. And I can have some more vegetables sent up. They already have some fondue waiting in there if you're interested."
Oh, that sounds great.
Fantastic. You go ahead.
I start walking up the stairs and I find Iatos' room and I knock on the door 3 times. In a non-aggressive way. Like, hello, I'm... Maybe 5 times. Hello, I'm outside.
So I'll just stand up, open the door. Hey, damn, I was just going up there to meet you.
Well, maybe later today. I wouldn't mind going back with you.
Good. That works.
How was your swim, Kiba?
So come in.
It was amazing. I really enjoy it. Reminds me of small childhood games we used to play.
I'm excited to see you diving. I think that's just super cool. I can't believe how into the sports I got today. It was so much fun.
With that, you do hear a knock again on the door that just closed behind Kiba.
A knock?
A knock, yep.
So I'll get up and open the door again.
You see Quintus standing there. He's wiping off something on his apron, and he says, "Pardon me, I don't mean to interrupt, friends. Driana, you're bard?"
I have been, yes.
That is very interesting. We'll have to talk. Lady Damaris is here and has asked for private performance from the bard Driana.
Oh.
Did you want me to send her to your room?
Oh, yes, please. And I'll reach in and give a gold. Whatever refreshments or comforts the lady requests, please, if you would, see to them.
Absolutely. The finest, only the finest for Lady Damaris. Thank you very much. And he takes his leave.
And by the way, speaking of gold, I guess I'll count what I was paid.
Yeah, absolutely. That one there is 900.
So I guess I'll how much we're at 6?
Meanwhile, Sapphus, it's beginning to get dark, and there's nobody in the area except now it's been downgraded to only one guard currently brave enough to sit with you. And you hear him shuffle beside you and then move away before you hear a voice. Dazzling the eye of trouble, I hear. And you see a short woman with a cane, it's Calidora, appear in front of you, and that's where we're going to take a break.
Oh, fuck bitch!
Motherfucker!
Alright, we'll be back here after another episode of Harlan's Hoedown. Hope you guys enjoy it, and we will see you soon. Bye.
It is recording. Excellent. You can just edit this beginning part out.
We're off to a great start.
Oh, yeah. All right. All right, all you guys, gals, and everything in between. It's ready for Harlan's Hoedown extravaganza with our special guest here, Kiva / Taylor, and and I'm your host, Harlan. So the first question I got to ask for you is a similar question to the first one everybody started out with, which is, how'd you get into Dungeons and Dragons, and why were you interested in joining a Xena-themed campaign?
Okay, well, your own howdying up got me into this, but while I do declare, I will hang back. Okay, so, what got me into D&D? So I started my first campaign around like 2 years ago with this badass group where we were playing D&D 3.5, and it's still going on. We just like kind of took like a mini hiatus, and we actually play like usually every other Thursdays. And I play a chaotic neutral high elf who's also a wizard, and she is an evocation specialist. So like she loves to blow shit up. She's like the basic bitch wizard from those memes that are just like fireball. Like when it's like, no, that's the wrong answer. That is not the right answer. But she's cool. And so how I got into this game is my band played a couple of the Z-Night retreats, and so I was like always on the same forums and stuff. And so when Amanda, our DM, posted about that they were going to do a Xena themed D&D campaign, this poor girl, I probably like wrote her every single day until I like knew I was going to be playing in it, because I'm queer, and this is like just the perfect thing, and Xena's fucking awesome, and I knew I wanted to do a campaign that had like a specific world theme instead of just going by the books like my other DM does that we've been playing with for a few years. So yeah, that's how I got into this whole shindig.
That is so amazing. I love that, and I love that you play. Do you play? This is not on there. I am just curious. Do you play live with that group, or do you play on the internet like this?
So we started off until March of this year. For 2 years, it was every other Thursday in Hollywood, where one of our he's a reptilian character. His name is Buckles, and he has like, his real name is Joe, and he's so fucking cool. But we played at his house in Hollywood, because that was like kind of the center of where everyone, like, because I'm in Burbank, people were in like Inglewood, places in LA, random. LA's too sprawled out. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Also, I totally thought you were from Canada up until just now.
You what?
I thought you were from Canada up until just now.
No, my girlfriend is Natalie is from Canada, but we live in LA.
All right.
I'm in LA right now.
Got you. So
geography.
What is it? Question number 2. What inspired you to play the human monk named Kiba?
Okay. What inspired me to play Kiba? Well, I think he's actually pretty cool, and Kiba's like nothing like a character that I've ever played before. Like I've, chaotic neutral is the one that I'm usually, or like I've even played like chaotic evil and shit like that. So when I was making up Kiba, I just thought that it would be really fun to play something that was like completely polar opposite of what I'm used to playing, which was like good, lawful, like completely aligned that way. And yeah, and I feel like I'm learning more about him every single game. One, because Amanda, our DM, is just really cool and she's very RP heavy, whereas like in my other game when we RP, it's usually like the fighting or like how we're doing our kills or how we're casting our spells, and it's a lot more like in the action steps of it, whereas like it seems like Amanda's just like, all right, so you guys arrive here and now talk. And I'm like, okay, what would Kiba do? Also, one of the deciding factors was I watched this really cool video where they were turning anime characters into D&D characters and how to make that like transfer readable within like your character sheets and stuff for D&D 5. Because like 3.5 is really by the book and it's kind of a little more rigid to like fit different things in, but 5 was a lot more inclusive. Like you can kind of not make up races, but like there's a lot more things that you can kind of like fit into a character background. And one of those characters was Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. And then I had just recently rewatched, let's be real, Avatar: The Last Airbender for like the probably like 60th something time. And I was like, ooh, Aang might be really fun to make into a D&D character. And yeah, and so I had already worked on that character sheet for 5e. And then when Amanda was like, oh, when we're doing it 5e and we're doing it Xena themed, and I was like, I kind of presented her like, well, is there a monk? Is there like something I could do in this world that's kind of more like Aang from Avatar: Last Airbender? So yeah.
That's amazing. I love that. So the next question I understand requires a little explanation because you don't know who Amelia Bedelia is?
I don't know who that is.
Out of character, Harlan can go away for a second. Amelia Bedelia is freaking amazing. Okay, so there's this, it's a children's series. So for example, there's this episode where she does like she joins a baseball team and she like shows up in a general's uniform because she knows she's supposed to wear a uniform. And like instead of stealing bases, like metaphorically, she like literally steals bases, like off like she takes everything really literally.
Literal. Okay, cool.
And like
that's very similar to Kiba.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he would steal though, unless possessed. But yeah.
So what I was saying is Kiba seems to be calm and devout in his worldviews and take everything sort of at surface value. And do you share some of the views of the world? If not, was it fun to play against your own personality?
I mean, I think when it comes to like the optimism of Kiba, I definitely share that. That's why some of it's really easy for me to tap into. And without being too like culty, recently this year, I did get into transcendental meditation. And so I meditate twice daily now. And I thought that would be really cool to bring into a D&D character. So when it comes to like understanding that consciousness is kind of at the root of everything, I definitely believe some of those things that I've been kind of RPing as Kiba. Yeah, and like that every like surface level and all that surface activity, like the conflict, the stress that we're experiencing, or the anxiety, like there's much deeper parts of like who we are at the core and who we are, when it comes to like pursuing our personal legend and like our purpose within this world. So I feel like that's how it's like a little bit easy for me to tap into that, but no, I don't think Taylor's lawful good at all. Like, at all. I think I'm like neutral. Yeah, I don't know, because like I feel like when it comes to like achieving my goals, I'm pretty much with the horse with like blinders on the side. Like I don't necessarily want anything bad for other people, but I definitely believe that I'm here for a reason. And I don't know, man. Like I'm like determined to a flaw. Right, Finn? It's not a good thing all the time. Sorry, my dog just started crying. I thought that was really funny.
It's because of your heartfelt speech about pursuing your passions.
Yeah, word up.
Yeah, okay. So, but there is some Kiba in you, like, yeah, I could see that. So we have seen Kiba give some pretty sound advice to the party, and he's kind of become this moral compass, and I've definitely watched it happen. I'm always an episode behind, but in the last episode where you go back to the house with the Furies, like, he was definitely the moral compass until they all started whispering at him. And has he noticed this, or is this a type of role Kiba, what the hell am I reading? Or is this a type of role Kiba has played with his peers from his history? Moral compass. Have you been a moral compass before with other people?
So let me get this right. So has Kiba had this role of the moral compass in groups before him?
Bless you.
No, because he was raised by a monk commune in Chin. So like he follows like people that are very much like-minded as him. He follows just like the teachings and principles of Lao Ma in the Xenoverse, which is pretty much like all is one and one is all type thing. And so, no, I don't really think that he pays attention to it. I think that he is just very much aligned the way that he's aligned and the way that he was brought up and the way that he thinks. And I think that when he sees other people in distress, such as like Sapphus or Aetos in some points, I don't want to spoil anything, but I think he's just kind of like trying to get them to see their own truth versus like, I'm gonna lead you guys out of the wood because I'm Kiba. He's more like, you guys all have the power within you as individuals. Let me just kind of like show you that you are in control of your destinies and your lives and monk shit.
I love it. I love Kiba. I'm sad we never got to meet, but we might.
Yeah, for sure.
So we saw Kiba had a different struggle than the other members in the party in the abandoned house. When
he definitely did.
All the companions turned on each other, but Kiba turned on himself and had to struggle with his own choices. How does Kiba feel about that now, knowing it was the furries? I did it again! This is the third interview.
The furries? Yeah. Are you saying that there was like people dressed up as animals, like foxes and wolves? No, I think that they're
deal with them.
The furries. Well, we went to a convention this one time, and I think he definitely understands that what was going on was not up to him. It was not up to his companions. It was a really, really good story made up by Amanda controlling that shit. That was really good, and it was fun to RP and play out. But I think as soon as it ended, he was like centered enough within himself to realize like, okay, after like, you know, a couple rounds of meditating, he can look at the situation as a whole and kind of remove himself as a player in it. And that's just like what the experiences of meditating and tapping deep within the language of the universe, like that unspoken language of understanding things is. So no, he doesn't blame himself, and he definitely doesn't blame his companions.
Excellent.
He's super good. He's just super good.
Yeah, I aspire to be more like him.
Yeah.
So in episode 8, which I haven't watched yet, damn it, the Pythian games, we saw Kiba. What?
I loved it. That was my favorite game so far. And there's more.
Okay, I have to catch up. The Pythian games, we saw Kiba compete in hurdles race and win, which led him to wanting to compete more. You, as a player, got emotional and excitement when you realized there was a swimming and diving event. Tell us about
I did.
that.
Oh, I've been swimming probably since I was like, I don't know. Okay, a long time ago, I was a baby, couldn't even walk, and my dad dropped me in the middle of the pool. And my mom comes out and she's like, I don't know what she's doing, but I'm just like kind of like looking up, and they tell me the story a lot. But I learned how to swim before I could walk, and I've been on like swim teams and stuff since I was like 6 years old. I beat all of the like levels of, or finished all the levels of swimming, and then I was a junior lifeguard before I was 12. Like, and usually that program starts like when you're 15 or 14. And it was just like, and I've been swimming competitively since I was like around 6 years old. And then I did swim and dive all throughout high school and 2 years of college. So that was just like really cool to be able to like do something that Taylor has done extensively in her life. And also it felt like, because I definitely thrive when it comes to us fighting things or like the activities as a D&D player. Like, I think that's when my brain like can tap into RPing a lot easier, versus the conversations and like the deep depths of psyche that Amanda makes us go into. So for me, like those games were just really cool. And also because I knew that like at the layer of who Kiba is as like the monk that I'm creating him was Aang from Avatar: Last Airbender. I mean, definitely tons of differences, but I still wanted to have that in there. So I don't even think Amanda knew this, but one thing I took from that like character build was that he loves games and he's not competitive. He loves just having fun with other people. Like, he's very extroverted and he's very like let's raise everyone up with like friendly competition, but like not ever like degrading or things like that. And so when she was like games, I was like in like Kiba, like let me sign that up right now. So it was really cool. Yeah, it was really cool to be able to explore that side of him.
Yeah, that's like, I feel like everybody accidentally puts some aspects of themselves like in their character. Like, you just can't help, like, you've got the swimming thing and the meditation thing, and then it's like a beloved character from a movie for you, and like, I love seeing how people do that. Like, so last question. We also saw Kiba have an interaction with another athlete that mistook him for a man named Nalta. Kiba seemed to freeze up uncomfortably. Without going into too many spoilers, can you elaborate more on how Kiba felt in that moment, and if he has plans to investigate the situation more, or is this something he wants to keep his distance from? Also, I lied, there's one more question.
I definitely don't think that it's something he wants to keep his distance from, but it's definitely not a journey that he set out to find out more about. So when we were building this character's background, Amanda was like, what about your family? What about like any siblings that you have, any friends that you've had? Like, where were you born? And he was actually born in Greece, but he was raised in Shin. And so I'm not gonna, how much am I allowed to say though? Like, this isn't part of the game. Am I allowed to like talk a little bit about my background? Anyways, Nalta is a very important person to Kiba, and so being mistaken for him was something that like jolted him, and Taylor got worried that he was there and kind of like shut down like the RP, being like, okay, is it happening right now? But yeah, no, I don't think Kiba's gonna set out for this journey just yet. I don't think that it was something that he was looking for when he came for the Pantheon games, and I don't think that it's something that he's ready to pursue just yet. But I do think that if he bonds a little bit more with this, like, you know, our camp, like our group, our members, and he like builds up the courage within himself through like the outer family, like all 6 of us, like then it might be something that he's willing to go forward with, pursuing finding, because it is definitely an important person in his life. But I just don't I don't think that he was the type of person to go out of the way of what he believes his personal legend is to make paths cross when they weren't supposed to, because he definitely believes in fate, he definitely believes in destiny, and he definitely believes in like the individual's power. Like, so I don't know if it's gonna be something that I'm like, wait guys, let's go, let's embark and find Nalta. But it's definitely like it is something that took him for a spin for sure. Yeah, final answer.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't think you gave too much away. I'll still be watching. So this is Keeping to me is always sort of the anchor of the group. Like he's just seems way more grounded than anyone else, and yeah, it carries a lot of wisdom. And he's the only part of his life he comes off naive in his flirtations and like sexuality stuff. Is it fun getting to play a character that just like totally oblivious?
Oh man, I love that. Yeah, that was something that I picked to add because playing lawful good seemed really, really hard. But I wanted to add something that made lawful good, like, I guess, like, make sense to me, so that I could like always find something fun about it, as well as like motivating to like keep doing like these like bi-weekly. And so one of the things I was like, well, if he was a monk, then he's like, you know, celibate. Like that's probably like those things. And they probably don't even like teach anything more than just like, don't. Like you're just not gonna like be with a woman. And so I just thought that it was funny because like his whole life, like he was raised by monks and stuff, already people that aren't like sexually active or involved with anything. Then it might be really cool to kind of explore that, especially having like team members such as like Sapphus and Karas, even though he's like a farmer boy, but you can definitely tell that like Karas is like wants some, and like they like kind of like make jokes and stuff, and so it's really funny to just kind of be like, what? Excuse me? Yeah, so I think that I added that as Taylor to just like kind of have something to fall back on when it comes to the lawful good component of his alignment. Yeah,
it's like the little like Leonardo DiCaprio spinning top in that Inception movie.
Exactly. Like, yes. Yeah, that's like my fallback on. Those things are getting really here. What steam? Is someone cooking? No. Like, yeah.
So that is amazing. You're very articulate and very knowledgeable.
Oh gosh. Oh yeah. You betcha.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we've come to the end of the interview.
Oh no.
And the only thing I usually close my interviews with a yeehaw. And if you want to do it with me, oh, you did. All right, I guess.
Oh no. Oh wait, we have to do it at the same time, right?
Yeah, I figured we should do it at the same time.
Oh, well, I do it, player. We can have a big old yeehaw at the end of this. Hell yeah.
Oh, right. So like maybe 1, 2, 3 yeehaw.
Let's do it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Yeehaw!
Welcome back to Adventures of the Known World. We hope you enjoyed the most recent interview with Harlan's Hoedown. Michelle is amazing, and we love Harlan, so thanks for doing that again, and thanks for sticking with us. So we left off with Karas, Iados, Driana, Regan, and Kiba in the Flamebringer's room, and we're told that the Lady Damaris was looking for a private performance from the bard, Driana, and Kiba was in the stocks. Sorry, not Kiba. Sapphus was in the stocks, serving their time when they heard a familiar voice, and then saw Calidora standing in front of them. And that's where we'll start. She's leaning over on her cane, kind of right at eye level.
Excuse me, do I know you?
And they call me the Old One.
I don't know you.
Deception check.
Right,
no. 16.
16. Alright. Interesting. Well, this will make things easier. See if you've been getting in trouble around town. Nakedly disrupting the Pythian games.
Again, I told the guards, it wasn't me.
Yeah, they know you're full of shit. You also tried to disturb the Pythian games on the opening ceremonies, I hear. Tried to see the Pythia while she was doing her speech.
Oh, that was me. I was in the opening ceremony, exactly, because I do need to speak to the Oracle.
Everyone needs to speak with the Oracle.
Oh, for me it's a little bit more urgent. You know, Pan commanded me, so I shall abide.
Roll another deception check.
No. 16.
16. You think me a fool? I know you don't worship Pan. I know you don't even know who you worship.
Excuse me, lady?
I've gone through your things. I saw how many holy symbols you have. You don't subscribe to any particular god. You subscribe to whatever serves you in the moment, which is fine. That works for exactly what I have in mind.
But that is not simply not true.
It's not true? Which god do you worship then? Don't lie.
Pan.
You're lying.
I am not lying. I don't know. I don't know why you're being rude to me, but this is simply outrageous, and I demand to see the supervisor.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, that is gonna be not bueno. Actually, hold on.
Is Sapphus Karening right now? Sapphus is going all Karen. I need to see the manager right now.
Oh, that's a 21.
21. You see her snap in front of your face, and then she looks a little puzzled at first, and then blows on her hands. Try that again later. You? Enough.
Hey, lady, why are you being rude? This is just simply outrageous. This city has been treating me so badly for something that I didn't do. Like, even the people know that.
The people don't care about you, and frankly, neither do I. I came here to work out a deal for you to get off scotch-free, and if you do not want to, then that is fine by me. I'll leave you to your own fates. Goodbye.
What types of deals do you do? Alright, goodbye, lady.
And she disappears off.
Yeah, I was not gonna do any deal with her. That's for sure. Sapphus might not be smart, but they are a little bit wiser.
That's fair. So then we leave you alone. We'll go back to the other people.
Alright, so I was counting the money Lady Damaris gave me. And I guess I can give you 125 to each of you for the mission that we had. And I'll start just giving away the money. And since Sapphus is not here, I'll just give it to them whenever they show up.
Hey, it seems like all of us is here. Where is Sapphus?
That's a good question. We're not sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since they stalked off.
Yep.
I mean, I would assume the theater is closed by now, or they've. Actually, I don't know.
Sure. DM, what time is it?
It's at this point you're looking at like 6:30-ish.
Right, Heike, that was a good one.
Well, while you guys sort that out, I will go meet with the Lady Damaris, and I'll let you know what happens if you all are comfortable with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I will go to my room where I assume she's waiting.
Yeah, you open the door and you see that she's standing in the middle of the room looking.
Didn't she come into the room with us?
No, Quintus brought her into Triana's room.
How did we get the gold? Oh, from earlier. Got it.
Yeah.
My bad.
She was standing in the middle of the room looking around, her hands folded inward, and she looks and then kind of her eyes dart behind you and she says, "Are the others joining us?"
No, my understanding was that you wanted a private performance. My stuff can be rather, shall we say, avant-garde, and perhaps you did not want an audience, but you trust me, correct?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood. I was hoping to privately speak to the group of you. I need your help.
Oh, I can...
It's fine, it's fine. My mistake.
Oh, no, please. I can summon them, but the impression I got from you was that you wished this performance to be kept rather private, and I only wish to cater to that need. But if you would like the rest of my companions to join, we can most certainly do that.
Yes, I feel that your group would be best suited to help me with the things. I'm confident that I was not followed, if that makes you feel better.
I will go and collect them. Please make yourself comfortable, and I assure you, we will be back post-haste. And I'll scurry out of the room.
Okay.
And back into Aetis's room. So, apparently change of plans.
That was quick.
Yes, she wishes to speak with all of us, so I hope you guys were not in the middle of anything urgent, but if you could please follow me to
Will it be
our room.
better to bring her here? I mean, if she were to be seen in the tavern, isn't it better to be seen close to the Flamebringer room?
Perhaps
that could
that...
give her a chance to explain. She was just discussing some mission stuff with me. I don't know.
I do agree, but and at this point I'll look around and I'll clasp my necklace. The ruse that we set up was for a private performance with me, so I believe the ruse would be better adhered to in my room. So if we could make our way up while attracting as little attention as possible, I believe that might be best.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's go.
If you will follow me, please, as fellow actors in my performance.
Yes, actors, I am.
Yep. Yep, that's me. Super charismatic.
If I am not an actor, am I allowed to
Yes,
follow
today you are, Akiba.
All right. Maybe this is a new game.
It is a game.
It is. Yes,
Let's go.
It is. Let's go.
Kiba follows the group.
We re-enter the room.
Are you guys going to enter the room like all acting it up like an actor going in, or are you like more stealth in, or just casually walk in?
I'm an actor. I do nothing quietly.
Whoever's in front of Kiba is what Kiba does.
Alright. I want performance checks from everybody.
Oh boy.
Keybell, McGee, you do yours with disadvantage since you're acting someone that's trying to act. So it's going to be like the...
That's a natural 20.
Good job!
It's not bad, actually.
So that's a 22.
Okay.
11.
14.
11.
17.
Pretty good.
Okay, let's go.
Reading what
14.
you get? 14? Okay, yeah. So you watch Driana walk confidently to her room with cars flanking her, looking very confident and regal, like, oh yes, I meant to be here. Look at all my people in the hallway. Do you need an autograph? Not a problem. Aido's really good job too. Regan is starting to fade a little bit and looking a little awkward, like, I don't want to be here, but okay. And then Kiba is just doing like the same motions, but not very well. Looking less confident about being confident. Puffing chest and no, puffing chest. Starting eyes between. Luckily, there's not a whole lot of people in the first hallway. Just maybe like 5 or 6 people. As you guys make your way to the stairwell and head upstairs to Driana and Regan's room. You guys open the door and you see that the Lady Damaris is still standing in the middle of the room looking quite nervous. And then her eyes drop on Aidos and she relaxes her shoulders a little bit as you enter and shut the door.
Lady Damaris, very nice to meet you again. Meet with you again.
You as well. Thank you for inviting me to come speak with you in private. I don't know whose ears around the estate are friend or foe at the moment. I would like to speak with you. You've proven yourself to be people that can take care of themselves, and you've shown an interest. Your insight into some things has been shocking, but also relieving, as I feel like I've been alone in the challenges that have been set before me. Where do we start?
To assist?
Pardon?
Is there anything we can do to assist?
Yes. First, you asked questions about my husband. I don't want to alarm anyone, but something has happened with him, and it relates to my concerns with my daughter, the Pythia, Antea.
Is he okay?
I want to believe that the priests have her best interests in heart, but she's been getting thinner and sicker and more withdrawn. I, in the past year, have been able to visit her on occasions. I have my own private entrance most days. She is not herself. And although the priests assure me that everything is fine, I don't believe that she's fine. And I feel that the more I try to ask questions and inquire about her health, the more they're pushing me away. The most recent was quite the ordeal. I had demanded the head priest that he let at least my apothecary check on her, and he denied it and said that we just need to trust in Hand of Apollo to take care of things. And as a mother, I can't do that.
Forgive me if I'm intrusive. I was recently informed that maybe the things I asked before were quite personal, but is this normal? Have you seen other oracles or pantheas kind of experience this same type of illness or fatigue? Is this something you've noticed before?
Not this extreme. nowhere close to it, actually.
Alright.
Do you believe
Okay.
that something is going on? Like, that they're doing something to her?
Not just her anymore.
What do you mean?
Brought my concerns to my husband, Lycus, and demanded that he maybe use his influence as Archon to sway the priest to let my apothecary look at her. And he went to the temple and came back and said that everything was fine, that he shared a nice meal with them and had arranged for my apothecary to meet her in the morning. But then the next morning, and since, my poor husband Lycus, he's been sleeping. Sometimes you can arouse him for a quick moment, get him to open his eyes, but then he falls asleep quite quickly again, and you just cannot fully wake him. And when I asked my apothecary if he had plans to meet with my daughter and take a look at her, he had no recollection of anything, and it could just be timing, but I confronted the priest that night. This was approximately 9 days ago, and I was told that I was imagining things and that my husband, in fact, did not go down there and have that conversation, and then I needed to stop crying and to trust in Apollo, and unfortunately I got very upset, and it resulted in me being removed from the temple, and I have not been allowed back since. And I have no idea what is happening to Lycus, as he's supposed to be helping with the games, and I'm feeling I'm very overwhelmed. I'm taking up his duties as well as worrying about his well-being and my daughter's well-being, and I feel like I'm alone in this, and we don't want to panic the city.
No, of course, we don't want to create panic.
I just don't know what to
Regan,
do.
you were going to say?
No, I was going to agree with both of you. Panic is not a good idea. I have...
Would you like us to investigate the temple?
Yes.
The priest?
Yes. With the Pythian Games and the duties that come with it, the Pythia has been taken out of the temple by the priests, and I wonder if there's not something, a clue or something there. I feel that they have malicious reasonings for why they don't want our health to improve. I'm just worried that there's something there that might be an answer.
If you don't mind, you said you had a private entrance to see your daughter?
Yes. We are built on a volcano of sorts. There's underground passages everywhere that lead from the mountain. And there is one that I had been using to get to the priests and the Pythia's chambers beneath the Temple of Apollo. I could tell you where it is.
Do you think we could access there using that entrance, maybe just to investigate around?
I believe so, but I must warn you, the last time I did try to get in, which was only 3 days ago, I heard a noise. I'm not sure.
Like inside or outside?
Inside. It scared me quite, and...
What did the noise sound like?
Could it have been your daughter?
No, it sounded like a beast. Can't quite describe it. It was a terrifying noise.
And I'll hand you a parchment and a quill. I think I believe I speak for everyone when I say we would be most willing to investigate this for you, but would you be able to perhaps draw us a map so that we may more successfully find our way to this secret entrance of yours?
Of course. She takes the quill and the parchment and goes to the desk that's in the room and begins to draw as best as she can. Pretty good. Where the entrance is located. And then she brings what's left and kind of goes over with you. And we'll just pull up. So, you know the Castalian Spring?
Do we?
Roll me a history. Or a religion check, whichever is higher.
Same for me. 13.
13, okay. Sorry?
11.
11, okay. Ados, you have not. Driana, you have not either.
I'm afraid we're not familiar with the place.
Okay. It is to the southeast where you first come into the city. There's a waterfall. It's the spring that they believe is where you cleanse yourself before you see the Pythia. It's quite near the jumping rocks where the divers will be diving from in the games. There's a rock behind the waterfall that can be moved, and that will be the entrance. And she kind of shows you what she means on the map.
This looks very familiar. I think I could be able to find it.
I have some questions, if that's all right. I'm more than willing to help, but I like to go in with as much information as possible. How exactly are oracles chosen? Is this something that has happened in your family before, or is your daughter the first?
Oh, for my family, no, it's the first. I'm not sure how they're chosen, just that they are, and it is the priests that determine when an oracle has been chosen. I know that my daughter had gone with her friends just outside of the city towards the mountain, and the way that Antea described it to me is that
was she looking forward to be the oracle, or was she selected?
No, she was just selected. There was an earthquake that day, and she fell with her friends, and when her friends came and found us, and it took quite a few people to pull her out of the crevice that she fell in. And when she did, she was speaking and she was not making any sense. And the priests then said that she had been blessed with the abilities of the oracle. And it was that day that the oracle that was previous, that earthquake, she perished in as well. So the timing of it.
May I ask, lady, was your daughter prior to that point predisposed to any sort of premonitions or dreams of any sort?
Not that I'm aware of. Of course, the Pythia, she's quite famous. All little girls here, they aspire to be her one day and be chosen. And of course, when girls play, pretend, they say things. However, I found that it was just that, nothing more than pretending.
Why would they wish such a curse upon themselves?
Okay.
Oh, it's not a curse. It's an honor.
How many? How?
You say so.
How long did the previous oracle, Pythia, live?
She'd been Pythia for more than 6 years.
And how old was she when she died?
Over 2 decades.
And how old was she when she was chosen?
She just a little older than what Antea is now.
Is it common for them to be chosen so young?
Antea was the youngest, but like I said earlier, I don't believe there's rules on age as long as it's a virgin female.
Is it common for them to die young?
Sometimes we can never expect what can happen in life and death and what the fates can bring. Some of them die of older age. Some of them die of sickness. This one in particular, it was a cave-in.
May I ask, lady, did your daughter ever confide into you what her experience was like as the Pythia, an oracle, what her experiences were, what it was like to experience such premonitions?
No, she's always seemed confused. She doesn't make sense when she speaks sometimes.
Are there any oracles that are still alive, or does the only time that the next oracle becomes chosen is when the previous one dies?
Yes, that.
All right.
It's an oracle for life.
And you say the priests are the ones that choose them, or at least recognize their powers?
It's Apollo that chooses them and bestows the powers onto them, and it's the priest's job to...
Okay.
What about the priest's job? Do you know if they're chosen? Are they self-appointed? Or are they sent?
I believe they are chosen by Apollo himself. Isn't that how most are chosen?
Are they the same priests as they've always been?
Some of them come and go. There's a few younger priests in the temple currently, but
are there any...
Darren is the head priest, and he's been around longer than I've been in the city.
Are there any new faces recently?
Not since Antea has become Oracle, no.
When did you notice, or when did you start to notice your daughter's health deteriorating?
It's been slow, but I suppose since we've pulled her out of the crevasse that she fell into.
How long ago?
So since she became the Pythia?
Almost a year.
May I ask, is there any solid evidence, solid experience of any of the Pythia's prophecies becoming true? The prophecies that she gives, has any of them come to pass?
Well, of course, that is not something I would know. I would trust that the Oracle's powers are true. I myself have had a reading of my prophecy from a previous oracle, and I believe it. I don't know what prophecies she has told people individually, or what has happened, or what has passed, and what has not.
So it's not like she gives general public.
No, they're each to the individual, and only once per lifetime.
But the one you were given, you believe has come to pass, or has yet to pass?
It partially has come to pass.
And of course, this is very personal, and I understand if you do not wish to share. But more information is generally better than less. Could you share with us your prophecy, if you feel comfortable?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, that's not good. That's a 6.
She says, the previous Pythia foretold that I would not have more than the one child birthed to me, and that she would be special to Apollo, and to not trust those who seek to exploit her. That is why I do not trust the priests.
Has the behavior of the priests, apart from declining you to be able to see her, has their behavior changed at all in other ways?
That you have noticed?
Not that I have noticed. I don't spend a whole lot of time with them or at the temple, except to see her. Just the more I try to see her and advocate for her health, the more that they push me away.
Have they given reason or explanation as to why separating her from her mother might be necessary?
Yes, that she is the gift of Apollo to the world, and that she has duties to Apollo and has been chosen, and I understand that. I understand that the wrath of Apollo could mean the worst if she does not fulfill those duties. I don't want her to anger her god, but I don't know how else I can help.
Has the Archon, your husband, who have met other politicians, other people coming into the city, have you, or has he shared with you any outstanding person that you might have found suspicious to be here?
I mean, we've had diplomats coming and going for the Pythian Games, but since he's been sleeping, I've cancelled all of his appointments. I wish I could give you more information about them. He doesn't tell me much about his businesses with other diplomats from other cities.
I noticed that you said her god in reference to Apollo. I caught wind and noticed a few things. And as you mentioned, you were asked to leave the church. Is Apollo no longer the god that you worship?
Well, he's never been the god that I worship.
Oh, alright. You worship Hera?
I do.
Is that difficult in this city?
Difficult in the sense that I feel alone in my worship. There's no temple to Hera, so I have to create my own. Everyone just assumes that you're either for Apollo himself, or there is a smaller temple for Athena, but Other than feeling alone in my beliefs, not difficult.
I understand how you feel.
Yeah, Drake?
While they're carrying this on, out of precaution's sake, I'm sort of going to lean against the door and listen for movement outside the door, or anyone potentially.
Sure, roll me a perception check.
Well, that might be okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yes, you do hear movement outside the door in the sense that you hear people moving past. Sometimes one at a time moving past the door, sometimes in groups chatting. The ones that are chatting seem to just be patrons of the inn. You hear doors opening and shutting on that strip of hall that you guys are on.
Okay.
One more thing, and it might be a coincidence. In our short time in Delphi, and also when we went to get the flame with Iatos here, there are some statues in Mount Parnassus. Have you ever been up there?
Myself? No. As farthest as I gone up the mountain was the day that Antea fell, and even then it was only a short trek. We hadn't even reached the river.
The river is quite difficult. What have you? Would you find it odd to hear of statues of gods in there?
Well, Mount Parnassus is a sacred place. I know the Flamebringer mission is quite ritualistic. It would make sense that there would be at least a statue to honor Apollo. I know that some other gods, they also take an interest in Mount Parnassus. So Zeus believes that Delphi is the navel of the world. I know that the Muses were born there.
Is there anything?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, is there anything else you can tell us about the priest or the temple we will be visiting?
Well, Theron, he's the head priest. He's the one I trust the least.
How many priests?
Sorry, what was the name?
Theron.
Therin?
Theron.
Okay. So I feel like I understand your plight, but let us speak plainly. We do wish to assist, but specifically, what is it that you wish us to accomplish so that there is no confusion here?
Of course. I would like for you to try to uncover evidence that they have harmed my husband and are harming my daughter. And of course, I will pay you for your services.
And sorry, you mentioned that your daughter was no longer there. You believe she's been removed from the temple, or did I misunderstand?
Because of her duties for Pythia, she does speeches at certain events, so she will be removed from the temple quite often over the next 4 days.
Do you happen to know the schedule for that?
I believe she has an appearance Hmm. I want to say this evening there's going to be a speech at the theater that I believe she's going to be given. The actors are on tonight. I believe they're putting on a comedy.
I see.
Do you know how long she's generally out of the temple for those speeches?
I'm sure not long at all.
Not long at all.
Is she
Even in the temple, a person only gets just a few mere minutes with her.
As Regan mentioned, we found many men in robes doing something within Mount Parnassus. Do you have any suspicion on who they might be?
Well, what do the robes look like?
I believe. Oh, sorry.
I think I grabbed some, didn't I? Or I'll describe them, I guess. Or probably Dre could with keen mind. She could probably describe them pretty accurately.
Yes, they were the exact same garb as what you would expect from a priest or priestess of Aphrodite. It was quite odd to find such a thing there.
Well, the robe that we found at the beginning was Aphrodite, but the robes that the cultists were wearing, were they robes of Aphrodite?
I thought
they were different.
I thought they were very generic. I thought they didn't have any markings.
Yeah, they were blue, greens, and purples.
Yeah.
Then I will describe that after realizing that you did not want me to describe the ones we found.
She'll think and she'll say, I mean, those are colors of the peacock, but I don't see why Hera would have any interest in Mount Parnassus, so dealing with
Insight check!
Beast? Okay.
Bitch. Question, just to go back to the temple. When your daughter leaves, is there anyone left? Are there any other priests left in the temple?
That you are aware of?
Sorry, what was that, Robin? I didn't quite catch it.
12 on insight.
She seems confused and thinking about it, trying to help. She says that sometimes they'll leave one of the junior priests in the temple. There's always temple guards outside of it.
Right.
But I know that when I've gone in through my entrance, it's generally vacant, other than her and the priests that are with her. Theron is the only one that has residence underneath the temple.
What?
When they take her out to do the speeches, do they take her out through the front? Or
yes.
Do they have? Okay.
Of course.
Issue otherwise.
If we did attempt to make contact with her, is there a sign or a symbol we could present so that she would know
from you?
Yes, that we are attempting to contact you or her on your behalf.
Sure. Let's see. Yeah. Let's pull it up. Say the words, you'll find your destiny, and your hard journey will finally make sense, and she'll know that's from me.
Sorry, you'll find your destiny, and
your hard journey will finally make sense.
Okay.
Well, I can't think of any more questions necessarily.
No, I think we got everything we need to get started.
Thank you. If you need me, I'll be in this estate.
Do you feel safe there?
It will be suspicious if she wasn't there.
That's true.
With the Archon missing.
If you need to get a hold of me for any other information, go to Iatros' house. He knows how to contact me.
Will do.
He's the apothecary. He has a house next to the estate.
We've met him.
Yes, we are familiar with him. I would also say, on the opposite side of the same token, if you do need to get a hold of us, pass a message through him. But I would suggest perhaps a written message, as
of course. His memory is not as it used to be.
Yes, of course.
Thank you for sharing all of this with us.
Thank you. And she'll head out the door.
Can I just, based on how she described her husband and his condition, does it sound familiar in any way? Like any kind of spell or a curse or anything that I may have read?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check. Natural 1.
Mean.
16.
16. You've been studying that sleep spell quite a bit recently. You don't believe that would be it, because unless someone was casting it over and over and over again, because it doesn't last so long. And she did mention that he rises for a moment, like you can be, like he's in and out, very groggy, but then falls asleep quite quickly. So if it is arcane of some sort, someone's having to either recast the spell or recast the curse over and over, if it is.
Does it sound like it could be some kind of infliction? Like a condition of some sort?
Will I know if any sort of herbs could be affecting, or...
Sure. I know you can do a nature check. Regan, you can do a medicine check.
We'll do nature, but okay.
15.
15.
Oh, well. Dirty 20.
Yeah, so... You know that there are some, this is for both of you, you know that there are some wild herbs that can make the people a little drowsy. Sometimes people will chew leaves to make them drowsy so they can sleep better, but nothing that you know of that would knock them out. Except Regan, you know that there is some elixirs that can be made, at least you've seen them in your travels, that can put someone to sleep for a certain amount of time, that helps them with injuries and trauma, that keeps them asleep, while apothecaries sometimes can operate on them. Not really operate, but you're not sure what is in those things or what they're made out of, but you know that there are some elixirs that can be given.
Did she mention that the priests, the church has its own apothecary, separate from Aitros?
She mentioned that, I think it was Aitros that mentioned that the priests were insisting that they would take care of it.
Yep, alright.
So it seems like the Vithia might be in trouble.
I agree with you.
I mean, this is something we were discussing after our visit with Aetros, right? But I guess...
Yes, absolutely. As concerned as I am about her and the Archon, I find myself more concerned with the possibility that Hera might be involved in some capacity, just based on circumstantial evidence with this snake cult. And it's Aphrodite is connected in some way potentially, and it's just, you know, humans, we can be terrible and evil, and it's possible that the priests are doing something to harm people, but gods themselves are far more terrifying.
I don't know.
I have been researching Aphrodite. Thus far, the scrolls I've obtained, I haven't had much time to read them. They don't really give any insight, but I am determined to read through them, and perhaps shortly I can provide some insight.
Scrolls related to Aphrodite? Do you mind if I read a few?
Oh, well, I'm only partially through the first, but yes, once I'm done, yes, you would be more than welcome. I have yet to actually see a mention of Aphrodite, but certainly, please feel free.
You might.
So I guess. I guess the question is: Are we? Sorry to interrupt, Karis.
No worries. Keep going.
Are we doing it? Like, do we want to get involved?
Yes.
Well, I guess we will.
I believe that if she's entrusting us to it, we should follow it through. There must be a reason.
And it's related to what I'm supposed to be looking into, so I'm definitely...
Okay, works for me. Good. So, how are we doing it? I mean...
One sec. Cause, how is it related exactly?
Well, priests and stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of shit going down here, and I just feel like it might be connected somehow.
No, that's fair. I feel the same way. I just thought maybe you knew something that...
But this is an Apollo priest. I mean, what relation could it have with the deals with Aphrodite?
The robes that we found outside of the cave with the weird guys raising a snake.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Not to mention that the guard talked to, like, supposedly an Aphrodite priest here, who, like, claimed not to have any recollection of, like, an attack that had just happened at a temple. So
yeah, I'll just add on to that. That particular guard said that the priest of Aphrodite had come seeking a reading from the oracle, and had mentioned that, oh, I know, I didn't hear about the temple being attacked, Aphrodite being attacked. And the guard thought that was weird.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. We can help people and maybe connect some of the dots with what's going on with the gods, which is terrifying yet interesting, so...
Yes. I would like to try to do that this evening.
Well, she's out?
Yeah, if we could, but Sapphus would be, like, a real big help with that. We should try to find where they are, maybe.
Yeah, let's make our way to the theater and just kind of try to find him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's a
They're
good idea.
super sneaky, and we need to be sneaky, so we
Yeah.
need to use their help.
We need them.
I agree. And then once we find them, we'll just...
I have a plan.
Awesome. Let's do it.
All right. So, as you guys collect your things and start heading out, search for Sapphus. Yes, Triana?
Does anyone have a possession of Sapphus's? No?
No.
It's
No, but his
easier
room
that
isn't too
they
far
have-
by.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to Quintus. Quintus, I know you are in favor of people's right to privacy, and I do respect that.
Before you do, actually, Sapphus gave me the symbol of Aphrodite.
Oh, then I don't talk to Quintus. I had a thought. Perhaps between myself and Gallagher, if Sapphus' scent remained upon that, perhaps we could use that to.
It's been in my bag, but I mean, could try, I guess. I'll put the symbol in front of Gallagher's nose, see if he picks up any smells that aren't my own.
Sure. Give him
One thing. All of the symbols and amulets have been in contact with my skin of all times, with all the sweat and everything.
So it's pretty smelly, maybe.
So give me an investigation, because it's going to be a little bit more pinpointed. Actually, survival. Sorry.
For what?
Gallagher, survival check, because it's going to be tracking.
Well, he has keen smell, and it's based on perception checks.
Yep.
So he
Sure, he can. Is it keen smell, like he can just smell things, or is that for tracking specifically?
He has advantage on perception checks to use his nose for looking for things.
Okay, yeah, then he can have advantage on the perception check instead then.
Oh, he has hearing as well. It's pretty good. Both of those were good. 22?
Yeah, so he starts leading you out the door. Meanwhile, Sapphus, you've been there what seems to be forever. You've been trying to fake sickness, trying to plead, trying to do a lot of things. Sometimes you have been quiet with your fate. You had your little bit of a visitor. Finally, you hear a clicking behind you, and the pillory stalks just open up. And you let your wrists down, and you're really stiff as you try to straighten up your back.
I'm also very weak, so this is I probably was at this point.
The guard steps beside you and says, "We'll be watching you."
You should be watching my brother.
We'll be watching.
But at this point, he ran from the city. Thank you. And I just run.
Okay.
Bringing my legs. Oh yeah, did I get my stuff back?
Nope.
Oh, what? Wait, what?
You ran.
Oh wait, as soon as no, I go back. Wait, my stuff! You gotta give me my stuff!
What stuff?
The stuff you stole from me.
I didn't steal no stuff. Get out of here.
No. I had stuff with me. You stole all my stuff. You want me to call the Archon? Lady Damaris?
Call
the
Archon.
I do know Lady Damaris, you know.
At this point, he just looks above you and just starts ignoring you. Takes his post.
I charm person.
Okay. That is a 13.
That is the DC? I don't know.
Yeah, so he is not jarred. You see him. He's still here.
Oh yeah, I'm not leaving without my stuff. Since you stole it, I can't go to the Lady Tamara and accuse you of stealing my stuff, which is, pretty big, I think it is against the laws of the city.
You do that little thing.
The Flamebringer will also not be very happy with this. With the mistreatment.
Roll an intimidation.
Oh, that is pretty good. My intimidation is shit though, so. Let me see where it is. Oh, actually, my intimidation is good. So 19.
19, yeah. You see the guard kind of just look at you for a moment as you start, really laying in that you're going to paddle on him. He says, listen, I wasn't here when you were arrested. I don't know what stuff you had on you. There's no stuff here. I can't help you.
It's the lady, right? That old lady. She's the one who steals from everybody.
What lady?
The one that has a shop. She stole from me from the road, right?
Sounds like a personal problem. Get out of here.
No. It's not my problem. She steals from everyone. The thing is, I'm too smart for her own good. I managed to get my stuff back. But you should really look into her. Why keep allowing someone to steal from the people of this city?
Roll me an insight check.
How far away are we?
Wow, nope, it's an 8.
It's an 8, okay. He's just ignoring you.
Alright, well, Lady Damaris and the Flamebringer will hear about this. And this, I guess there's a tower of guards? What did you say? There was nearby?
Sorry, you say what?
A tower of guards? Or something nearby?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
This is just the stocks. There's a couple of the other pillories, and you see some poles with chains on it. Currently, at this time of night, you don't see anyone in them, and you only saw the one guard on post.
Young man, where is your supervisor?
I'm the supervisor tonight.
No. I don't mean from tonight. I mean your supervisor. Because I have a complaint to make, and, the things are not made like this in the city. You
can make a complaint tomorrow.
Well, we'll see about that. When?
Are you still here?
A personal letter from Lady Damaris and the Flamebringer.
I don't get paid enough for this shit.
Oh, yeah, you don't. Exactly. That's the problem. You don't get paid enough.
Meanwhile, the satyr keeps talking at this big guard. You guys, Gallagher does lead you start going through some slummier areas. These houses are not as finely made as even the houses near the Saucy Satyr. Even the abandoned house looked better quality. And eventually you come to an area and you see Sapphus given a piece of the mind to this guard that's kind of just standing there looking off in the distance.
Oh! Do I see them?
Yeah.
Oh, see? There's a Flamebringer! He's here to tell you off for stealing
I'm
my stuff!
so scared of the Flamebringer.
Haters, do tell them that they cannot steal my stuff. This is just unacceptable.
Sapphus, what do you mean, where's your stuff?
They stole
What's
it from
going
me.
on?
The guards?
Who stole?
Oh.
That's okay.
Yeah, they stole it. Oh no.
Maybe they just took it from you and they... Why would they steal your stuff? Where have you been all day?
This dude says he doesn't know where my stuff is.
Where have you been? What are you doing here? Why are you discussing with the guard?
Because they accidentally, by mistake, you know.
I don't
It
know.
was a mistake. They were supposed to go after my brother Billius. You know Billius. You know, he's the bad apple of the family.
Does this thing belong to you?
Hey, do not call me a thing. That is discriminatory. I am gonna complain to Lady Maris about this.
Don't worry.
Take him away before he gets put back in the stocks for harassing a guard.
Do you put people's stuff in a specific place when they're taken here?
Yes, they are kept in that corner. He didn't have any stuff when I came to release him.
Because it's all you know who came here? That weird old lady, Calidora. Whatever. Yeah, she came here and like, oh, let me make you a deal.
Let's just go.
Okay, she definitely stole your stuff.
She has.
Well, let's go. Sorry,
yeah, fine,
sir,
gentlemen. Sorry for the trouble. We'll take him off your site. We'll handle it. We just push Sapphus away from it.
I'm going to wait for the exact moment that no one's looking directly at Sapphus, and in a very monotone voice, clasp my necklace and message. I know what you did. And there will be consequences. Rest assured.
To who? Wait, to who? The guard or me?
To you.
Oh, fuck.
The fuck? Do I know it's Rihanna?
Yeah, you would.
And I just
I did check with the DM. I can disguise my voice in
But
message.
did you? You didn't say you did.
No, she said she spoke monotone.
Oh.
But
monotone doesn't mean disguise.
Doesn't message with sending and message, I know with sending you inherently know who's sending it to you because if you're familiar with them. Does message work the same way?
A message, you would hear that voice in your head, so it depends. If you're speaking just monotone Driana, there's still an element that you could be recognized. It's a difference between speaking like, this is Amanda, and this is Amanda.
No, I know, sorry. With
that kind of
sending,
disguising your voice.
I'm saying with sending, specifically in the spell, it says you inherently know where the message is coming from if you're familiar.
Yeah,
I don't think
does message work the same way?
This isn't sending, this is message.
I know, that's what I'm asking. Does message work the same way?
I'm just checking. I didn't read anything.
Yeah, I would check the wording on that one, just to make sure.
Oh no.
Like I would.
No, it doesn't say anything about innately knowing.
Okay.
But since you didn't specifically say that you were disguising your voice,
She said she would speak. She was going to speak monotoned.
Yeah, but there's a level, like, if you want to roll an intelligence check to try to beat Triana's deception.
Intelligence? Sure, 12.
My deception was 17 plus 5, so 22.
Like, fuck! I'm like, no, this is too weird, guy. And I just walk outside of the group. I leave the group.
Oh, wait.
No.
Iris just goes through where you are and pulls you by your clothes. Sorry, buddy, you can't leave yet. We still have to talk. But we gotta get out of this side of the city because I don't feel comfortable.
This side of the city is better than the other rich boys. At least I started a revolution.
That was you?
Wait, that was you?
Wait.
Little boy! Fight the power!
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for taking down the power, but for the right reasons, not for...
I just said
Anyway.
for them to fight for themselves. That's not bad.
Anyway, your stuff was taken. We should deal with that, yeah?
Yeah. The witch's house.
Would you like help with that?
Or you're going to take her on yourself?
If
Would you like some help?
if I can kill her, then yes. Because she is doing too much harm.
I don't think it's a good idea.
So you want to be back to the stocks?
No, I want her to be gone because she is a parasite to the sea.
I don't disagree with you. But
it's not like she's doing pranks. No, she's actively harming people.
We are trying to keep a low profile. Can you please understand that? Are we having this conversation once again?
I would caution against killing her. It's become quite clear, based on our last interaction with her, when I threatened to get the guards involved, that
they're with her.
They're with her. She has some sort of favor. And I would assume that might be why it was easy for her to take her stuff. Killing her would draw some attention.
See, why does she want my stuff? I literally only have weapons and...
Well, I mean...
Okay, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt. I really do. I wasn't there for the conversation, but I was given to understand that you would be in disguise. So how is it that you yourself ended up arrested?
Well, because I dropped the disguise as soon as I got into the theater, of course. If I wanted
Why?
Use a lady, I'm gonna see this myself.
You said you could keep it up for a few hours. Why did you drop it?
Okay. Why don't we
just responded to that.
We're not their parents.
There's no one better to seduce than, myself.
They can make their own mistakes.
In as much of a non-threatening way as pulling a dagger is non-threatening.
Guys, maybe we don't need their help. I guess we can do it on our own.
Sure, fine, bye.
This is.
I just walk.
No, wait. And I'll have Gallagher kind of try and cut them off and herd them back into our direction.
I am no longer listening.
Just say, listen, let's come up with a plan to get your stuff. We have a potential job to make some money, and I know.
Why do we have to risk our lives trying to get stuff for someone who doesn't even care about the group? They want to be left alone? Leave them alone.
Listen, I don't believe that we all met based on coincidence completely, because I believe that coincidence and luck are the unspoken language of the universe. So whatever odds that we may be experiencing right now, let's put them aside, because we have a mission at hand, and I think Sapphus would be of great asset to us.
They don't care about us.
No, that's exactly
Why should we care about them?
You only care because I help. If I didn't help, you wouldn't care about me.
We care about you. You don't even know how we have been asking for you the whole freaking day. Worry about where you are. Worry about what you're doing.
Sure, that's why I was there alone for the whole day.
Hey, I didn't know you were there.
I thought you were just having fun at the theater, my friend.
We did, to be fair, Sapphus, we had no idea where you are.
I did say I was going to the theater, then come back to see Cavis's game.
Yeah, but I mean, you've gone off before. This wasn't exactly abnormal.
I went off for a clue.
Well, I mean,
that's the thing.
Insight check.
Jesus.
What? What was this called?
Insight check.
Okay.
18.
What are you inciting?
Yeah.
It was said with such gusto.
Yeah, you gotta be specific on those insights, man. I'm not gonna let you just get away with insight.
You can do insight checks with him.
Well, no, but that's my thing. Okay, I feel like at this point I should now roll with disadvantage, but player knowledge, I know that Sapphus went.
No player mod, that's gaming.
That's what I mean. Give me disadvantage, but
no. Wait, what are you inciting? Like what is it that you're trying to find out?
You didn't go there for the reason that Sapphus just gave.
Okay, so you're looking for signs that they're lying?
Yes.
Okay. Sapphus, I'll make you do either deception or persuasion. Don't tell us which one it is. And then you can tell them what they would know with that.
What were the rolls? What did you roll?
Joanna, what did you roll? 18?
I rolled a 15 with a +3.
Okay, so an 18. So, Sapphus, what, if any,
They cannot
signals...
tell anything.
They can't tell if you're being truthful, or does it seem like there's more truth to it or more lie to it?
20.
Hard to read.
Okay, so seeing this just discomfort erupt within the group, I go by Sapphus and I say crisscross applesauce like I did outside of the weapons shop, and we were having like a heart-to-heart, and I just stare at them and not say anything for a good moment, trying to like pick on his curiosity.
Okay.
You're a curious fella.
Do you feel like you met us for a reason?
Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I think so. Sometimes I don't. You know.
Because I believe we were all brought here to help fulfill each other's personal legends. How do you feel about that?
That can be the truth. I don't know. I was going to see an article, so what do I know?
Yeah, but that's a sense of destiny, if not prophecy, correct? That act alone of going to see an oracle.
I was going to see the article because I really
What
don't
if-
know.
Exactly, but what if you, on that path is how you found out that this was actually your path? We can't make you believe that you're cared for, but we definitely regard you very highly capable and as a friend in this group.
Just doesn't
If you're
feel that
misunderstanding
way.
someone.
Just doesn't feel that way. It feels like everybody thinks that I'm just selfish and I just do things out of selfishness. But that's not what
Maybe
I
not.
do.
So, just coming from my point of view, I believe that it's more of a spontaneous, not necessarily selfish that we view you as.
Yeah, that prank. I was trying to help Aitos. I didn't do it for myself. I mean, I thought it was funny as fuck, but you know.
Yeah, no, I can see the humor within that. It's
But I
almost
wanted
like
Are we listening to that? Are we all listening, or is this between Sapphus and Kiva?
No, I'm listening.
Because if I'm listening, I'm go like, I didn't even request for that, and that was uncalled for, and that actually.
And I get up and leave.
Wait, okay, Sapphus, you can't listen. I don't want to fight with you.
Take a breath, my friend.
It's not fair for you to make accusations and then get up when people are trying to talk to you. Let's just have an open and honest
He
conversation.
is not trying to talk to me. He is trying to accuse me, and that is all. And I am not about that life.
All right, so
Excuse
let's
me,
all
but
just like sit here and calm and commit to.
Wait, Sapphus, I have an idea. I understand. Hey, Aitos, when you got the money from the Oracle's mother, you remember what you first did with it? Tell Sapphus what you did with that money. You split it into even
Yeah, I split it
stacks
to
for
even
each
parts
of us.
because we were all there. We were all.
Sapphus, do you know what? You were part of the even part that he split his money into. So whatever misunderstanding it is between you two, he definitely values you as a
that's right. Here's your
equal
money,
member
by
in
the
this
way.
group. Money, Sapphus. I'm joking. That was Taylor. Sorry.
You think I am just about money?
No.
And I'm not saying that you keep think that. I don't think you think that, but I think Aetos thinks that I'm just about money, and I don't.
For me, you're family, or at least
Exactly.
you were. We are all in this together. We faced a lot of danger together. I thought we had something good here with the group, but if you're not interested,
the way you are trying to have a debate is not even the way normal people do.
you don't want to listen.
No,
How can
you
we
don't
have
want to talk.
How
You
can we
just
have
wanna-
a normal conversation when you don't want to
scream.
listen?
You just want to scream your opinion and not listen to what others say.
I'm
As
listening.
I was trying to listen, and you kept screaming and screaming and screaming. And I don't do that live. So if you want to scream, scream with someone else.
Enough!
I drop the bag of gold and leave.
I think
Let them go. I'll pick
No.
up bag of money.
Let them go. You warned them against using magic. They bragged about it.
They don't want to be with us. Why force them? That's not what the group should be about. I mean, I hope I'm not forcing any of you guys to go into this mission. I mean, I will appreciate everyone's help because I know you all have strengths that I don't, but I don't want to force any of you to do anything. And if we are trying to force Sapphus into a situation they don't want to be in, I'm not gonna do it. They have a mind of their own. They have interests of their own. Let them be. I wouldn't like to be forced into anything that I don't want to do. And it's clear that they don't want to be with us. Otherwise, they will probably be more careful.
I would just like to do one small input. They were listening. I feel like maybe
They were not listening.
Sit down with them. They were listening to Kiba. We should maybe have Kiba sit down with them separately, away from the rest, so that we could all calm the fuck down.
Go with Karis. Sapphus wasn't prepared to listen to maybe you, Eidos, or even myself, but Kiba seemed to be getting through to them.
I
agree with
disagree.
Kiba.
I disagree. They've shown their recklessness, and
But what if
it affects us, each of us, differently. But some of us could face harsher consequences than others, and I am not prepared to see my friends face those consequences because of hubris. I am not.
I understand where you're coming from, Dree, and I understand where you're coming from, Eidos. I mean, no one is at a greater risk when Sapphus is using magic than myself.
That's exactly my point, and that's exactly why I'm angry.
I know, and I appreciate your anger on my behalf. However, I am not angry. So let's just have a conversation. I agree with Kiba that we were meant to meet and meant to work together in some capacity. My belief comes from the fact that we can all somehow do magic. That is not normal. We were put together for a reason. And I think that Kiba was the one that was getting through to Sapphus. And yes, Sapphus is hard-headed and difficult and reckless. But it doesn't change the fact that they have tried to keep things light and interesting and fun. And maybe it wasn't the best course of doing things, especially at the games, but they live life differently than the rest of us. And if they could just understand how reckless the magic is, and you're right, if we tried to talk to them again and Kiba can't get through to Sapphus, then perhaps we go our separate ways. But at this point, I'm not quite at the point where I think that that's where we should be.
Fine, here's an idea. I have to retrieve the Promethean torch from that old hag. Why don't we try to recover Sapphus' stuff too?
Yeah,
that sounds great, Airos. What if you guys all go to retrieve Sapphus's and your torch stuff, and I'll go talk to Sapphus?
That sounds like a good plan to me.
I agree.
Man, okay. Okay.
But if they don't want to, if they don't want to be with us,
we
understand. As soon as he raises his volume, I just take a deep breath in, and I can't hear anything. Like, okay, this is coming from a place of anger and not of love. Bye.
We need a plan. We cannot just barge into that house and just try to force her to do things.
Let's make one. Kiba can go talk to Sapphus, and we'll make a plan.
Kiba leaves.
Jesus Christ, this.
All right, where do you want to start? Kiba or to Galador's?
Yeah, we'll go to Calidor's first. Give Kiba and Sapphus some time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't take you too long. You've been walking and talking during this time. Good 15 minutes later, you find yourself in the Agora. It's getting quite late. There's no... People are starting to close up shop. There's a few stragglers left, but mostly in this darkness, people are starting to close up. You get closer to the area where you know her shop is, and you notice that there's no lights. She's not sitting out in her little chair out in the front. Door seems to be shut.
Knock loudly. No? Okay, I won't do that.
It's just, that's why I said we need a plan. It's just, if we face it again, we know she's going to convince us to either buy stuff or just steal more stuff from us. She's not going to give these things willingly. I mean, just the Promethean torch is valuable enough. She's not going to let it go easily. And Sapphus stuff might be personal just because what we did. I'm just...
Yeah.
If we just go in there and knock and let her know that we're here, it's just gonna... history is going to repeat itself. So... yes, what can we do?
I mean, I don't... Go ahead, Dree.
You guys are gonna go do what you're gonna do. I am going to stealth after Sapphus. And just watch.
When we left, as soon as we left.
Whatever you. If they went with you, I'm stealth along after. If he separated,
no, he went one way and Kiba followed, and we walked to Calidora's.
I followed Sapphus in the shadows,
Oh, so you're not there with us? Cool. And we didn't notice.
Where'd Dree go?
I don't know. I thought she was right behind us. Damn, we need her. If we're
did we notice her leaving? Because 15 minutes is a long fucking time to not notice that Dree's there, given that I had wanted to speak to her.
It would be Dree's stealth out versus your passive perceptions.
$20. 25.
25. So no, you wouldn't have noticed her sneaking out, but the moment you do turn to go speak with her, you would sure as hell notice.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'll poke the guys. Yeah, Dree took off. She was very angry. I had hoped to speak to her before.
She's not the only one.
Yeah,
Yep. Well, let's just hope she doesn't do anything.
Can I send Gallagher looking for her?
Sure. Yep. You can perception advantage with the smelly. Noggin.
What do you guys think? Do you think the three of us can pull it?
21.
21. What was your score? The stealth score?
That stealth score was the initial...
17 plus 8, 25.
Okay.
That was the initial stealth.
Yeah, you're right. When did you leave? Where did you go?
As soon as I saw the group splitting off from Sapphus, I immediately followed Sapphus.
All right, so Gallagher starts taking off back in the direction that you were coming from. Do you follow him?
No, I don't. I just want him to find her.
Okay.
At some point, it's going to be his perception checks versus her continued stealth checks. That's all I'm saying. It's not going to just be one single roll. It's going to have to be continues rules.
Yep. Alright, in the meantime, what are you guys gonna do?
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of... We could just knock. I don't know what else we could do.
What are we going to say? What are we going to say? She's not going to hand them over. It's just...
Yeah, but we can't break in.
Can't we?
You're the flame bringer. I've been saying this whole time that we can't draw attention to ourselves like this. And she's got her fucking hands in the guard's pockets.
Okay, so we knock. What are we going to say?
We know that...
Trick or treat!
We need something that she wants.
Yeah, but what?
That's it. She's always after whatever she wants. So we just.
She mentioned that recipe that she wanted from the vineyard. We could offer to get it, I guess.
But she'll probably want more than that, considering we want the torch and Sapphus' stuff. Not to mention, last time we were there, she accused us of stealing that quiver.
Which I don't bring, by the way. I left all my weapons at the time.
We're in deep with her.
I mean, we could just pay.
That's my point. We cannot just go in there and knock and just have a conversation with her, because there's a lot of interactions that have gone wrong already.
I'm just gonna say that I don't want to keep her as an enemy, because she is a slippery one.
We could just pay. We have the coin.
Oh, let's give her some money. She likes money, right?
Right, and it would make Sapphus feel valued if we went above and beyond to get their stuff back by, spending our own coin.
Yeah, alright, let's do that. Let's give her some money.
But we won't be able to buy the Promethean torch, though.
I mean, we're just going to have to try and negotiate as best as possible. Karas, maybe you should do the talking?
Sure.
Fine.
I don't want to steal.
Knock. Too late. Knock, knock, knock.
Yeah.
You hear almost like bowling balls hitting pins, like a bunch of like different clangings. And then you hear some unlocking of the door, and head pops out. What do you want?
Hello,
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is us. Again. I believe that we got off on the wrong foot many times. And I would like to do business with you.
Business?
Business. Strictly
Well, I'm
business.
not open, but I'll do business anytime. Not a problem. What do you want?
A friend of ours, their stuff has gone missing, and we know that you're good at finding things. So we're wondering if perhaps it ended up in your possession?
Maybe. You're welcome to look around.
Oh,
Opens
thank
the door.
you. Also, I was wondering if we could buy back the Promethean torch, if that was...
30 gold. And the quiver.
How much?
30 gold and the quiver of Artemis.
What did that look like anyway? So that I know to keep an eye out for it.
We don't have the quiver.
You said that.
Yeah.
But the agreement was that you would have helped me find it and return it, and then you would
that's
get
what
your
I'm saying.
torch back.
We haven't been able to find it yet.
And the torch still remains mine, but you're welcome to look at other wares that you can purchase.
Fine.
Alright, so we take a look around for Sapphus' stuff.
Sure. Give me an investigation check of the shop to see if you can identify.
I'm gonna look too.
That's a 17 minus 1. 16.
Investigation?
Yep.
Natural 20.
I got 11.
27 total.
Awesome. Regan, you see what looks to be a backpack that looks very similar to what Sapphus was carrying. And Chorus, you find, off in a different area, you find a crossbow and some crossbow bolts that look very similar to the ones that Sapphus has used or has carried. Yeah.
Can I look through the pack? Does it appear to be like filled with stuff, or is it empty?
Yeah, you can definitely look through it. Calidor is watching you quite closely. You start pulling things out. There's a bedroll, there's a candle, some fine clothes. You find a disguise kit. You find.
I mean, I'm not looking through to like rifle through the stuff. I just want to make sure it's not an empty pack.
No, there's things in it. And as Karis, you look at the crossbow a little bit more. You also find that there's a mace and a shield and a lyre lying nearby that also look familiar.
Oh, I had the shield, like, on me. For the race.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. Yeah. You also find the little snake dagger.
Right.
In the backpack, Regan.
This appears to be most of what our friend's missing. It's very lucky that you came across it. Could we get it back from you? They are very distraught without it.
Sure. Willing to pay for it.
How much are you looking for?
Well, line up everything you want to take.
I'll put the bag on the thing and the stuff from that Kara's found.
Okay.
Does it appear to be everything that we've seen Sapphus use?
Pretty much. I'm just adding up all the total. Oh, we lost somebody.
Yeah, he said his computer's acting
right. $125 gold for the lot.
Fine, I'll cover it.
Wonderful.
Sorry.
You drop a pouch of gold, and she goes in there and counts it really quick. Perfect! All yours! And she pushes everything toward you.
I have a quick question for you. I hope you don't mind. Now that we've done business, maybe we can have a better relationship.
Kind of relationship.
You don't seem to be nervous about using magic in public.
Using magic in public? Well, of course not.
Why is that?
Right. You see, mortals don't have magic. Gifted upon someone, usually from someone above. However, gods are threatened by the magic, especially when they're imbued upon others. If Hera gives you powers, then perhaps Artemis or Zeus himself may think Hera trying to take over something, trying to do something naughty, and not threatened. Because why would they want something that has the same abilities as them around? So unless you want to be smited, or worse, worshipped, you might want to be careful.
No, I understand. I get that, and I know it's dangerous even to just be doing it around other people. Most cities don't. Most cities have laws against it. Aside from the gods, which are far more dangerous. But you don't seem to be nervous using magic. You also seem to be making a above-board legal business by doing some nefarious activities. I'm just curious how you've managed to escape the notice of the town guard.
Business secrets. Now, shoot.
Alright, good night.
I guess we should just go, Regan. We got what we came for.
We'll leave.
Meanwhile, Kiba, you didn't leave too far off Sapphus. You catch up fairly quickly.
I reach up to Sapphus and I kind of cut him off path because I'm just a little bit faster than him.
Sapphus
where are you off to right now?
Sapphus is just crying, his eyes out.
you want to talk about it?
It just... hard to be in a group where we're not listened or respected.
I'm really sorry that you're feeling like that's what's happening. I think just based on some of the actions in the last 2 days is what was triggering Aetos and Gianna.
Well,
Did we do anything that made you feel like you needed to defend yourself? Because that's where I think maybe the misunderstanding lied.
usually when people communicate through screaming.
Oh, it was the raising of the voice.
And they're not listening.
So at that point, you probably couldn't even hear the words that he was speaking. It was just the tone that he was speaking at you.
I was listening to Regan earlier. Like, I was actively listening to her.
Yeah.
But Aetos, he doesn't know how to communicate without screaming and without imposing his views, without understanding that perhaps other people might not be the same or not, have the full information that he has.
I completely understand where that could have led you astray from what our actual beliefs are, but there's a saying that expectations can be killers of relationships, whether it's with friends or significant others. It's cool. Okay, wait, back in. Expectations can be killers of relationships, and we haven't known each other for too long right now. So you placing the higher expectations on how you wanted him to react when there may have been a misunderstanding may have led this situation to kind of go about how it did instead of resolve before any feelings were hurt.
No, but that's the thing, right? Everybody is putting the onus of the guilt on me. But the thing is, yes, I did something that afterwards I understood that it was, a little bit reckless, to say the least. But I didn't know at the time that it was that reckless. Because I didn't know that Regan was in danger.
Yes.
Because if I knew, then I would have done it.
Oh,
the thing
of course.
is, you cannot expect people to listen if you, speak to them in that way. It's not about because I was trying to have a conversation and Regan was trying to have a conversation. But if you come into a conversation in an angry tone, then you're already losing that conversation.
He is the torch bringer. I think he has a very passionate way of speaking regardless. And I understand that was hurtful and unexpected, but
the thing is,
maybe try, I know, but maybe just try, because we all come from completely different paths and walks of life, maybe try resisting the need to change and control others, and maybe.
But that's the thing. I don't want to control him or the others. I just don't want to be in a situation where, that things are happening. Because if I am not welcome, then I'm not welcome. And I just leave.
Oh, I think that is the main misunderstanding of this entire situation. You are very much so welcome, and we understand that as soon as you were told that about Regan's situation in regards to magic, that you weren't going to do it, and we understand that. I think he just got really upset not knowing the entire story of how you were jailed, and that upset him without even hearing your side of the story. But I do believe that we all feel the same way about your value in our group, both as a friend and as a asset. And maybe from this place on, after we just kind of solidify that, because I know that they're out right now trying to do something to make you very happy. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but maybe from this place we can kind of create a deeper and more, have a better potential for all of this friendship that we're creating. Like, you know?
I try, but again, it's hard. Like, I don't like when people, instead of trying to debate and talk and say, hey, what it did wasn't cool because of this and this and that. It's different than, immediately accusing and, I'm a free spirit. I care about people and I want to help other people in the best way I can in this new path that I am. But there's ways and ways to approach a discussion.
Do you remember what happened in the house? Do you remember how Aido struck one of our comrades?
And I struck him.
Imagine how he was feeling, though, thinking that you did something to endanger yet another person in our group. He probably went and saw red instead of saw a place of communicating this misunderstanding out. So his tone maybe was what mostly offset you. It definitely offset me, but I think I'm coming from a spot that I can kind of oversee where everyone was at. And he just doesn't want anything happening to another one of us, since he kind of hurt us in that house. And he felt horrible for it for 2 days afterwards. So I don't think that he meant to hurt you. Exactly.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
When everyone is putting the blame on only me, that's the thing, because he was shouting and nobody's saying, hey.
Yeah, but maybe he was projecting his own tone onto himself and the fear that you brought the group, just from the possibility that you were doing something to endanger us. Maybe he was projecting onto himself that fear of putting another comrade in danger.
That might be true, but that is not on me, though.
No, of course it's not on you. And you didn't do magic to hurt us. Are you okay now? Do you want to give it a shot and maybe go meet up with them and have some drinks at the Saucy Sapper later?
I mean, I do need a drink, but I need some.
I would really love some H2O.
I would need some wine and some a little bit of time.
Which is completely understandable. So, want to come with me? We'll go back to the Saucy Seder. And maybe just breathe for a little while. Take some time, exactly like you said.
And drink.
Yes.
Thank you. You're a good friend.
We all are good friends. And I think that you're going to be feeling that in the future.
Well, if we all work towards that.
I don't think you were around us when I made this observation about coincidence and luck and how they're an unspoken language of the universe. I really believe that we are together by that universe, and it's not just coincidence.
Yeah, so, I really don't know.
Let's go get a drink.
I'm really bad at I don't know anything about universe and spirituality and religion. I'm
your monk.
Yes, you are, and I'm just a wild being from the wilderness.
Yeah, you're magical.
Oh,
alright, so he just starts walking.
The guard fully told me, what was the word he said? Beast or something?
What? There's a beast?
Yeah. No, they call me a creature or a beast.
Oh, lame.
Very hurtful.
Yeah, that's not nice. That must have hurt your feelings. Here, let's. I kind of put my armor on him now, and then we just walk to the Seder, and he tells me about his experiences in in jail, and I marvel at the revolution and uprising.
I admit the lying.
Meanwhile, Triana, you would have been watching this entire interaction from where you were hiding in the shadows. Your stealth was not picked up by the two friends of yours that you've been with. Do you follow them as they head back to the Saucy Satyr? You're muted.
Do I feel like, based on what I've heard the essential contents of the situation?
Sorry, you what?
Do I feel like I've heard...
You've heard everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will attempt to make it to the inn before they do.
Okay. How are you going to do that? Are you just going to run?
I will sort of dart through the shadows so that I am not seen. And do I have a sense of what kind of lead I have on them?
First of all, if you're going to be darting from the shadows, you need to re-roll your stealth roll. This time with disadvantage, though, because you are doing it with speed.
Oh. 17, 8, 25.
Yep, you still, even with disadvantage, you aren't seen. And yeah, you can run ahead. They aren't too far, so you probably could get like maybe a 2-minute lead on them.
Alright, I will walk in very nonchalantly, but then maybe hasten. Would I know who's in what room?
You know your room and Aidos's room. You don't know the others' rooms.
I would run to my room, and if Regan isn't there, I would pull out my parchment and my quill and record what I saw.
Okay. With your keen mind, you can do that. Alright. So at this time, the rest of the group, everyone would be getting back to the Saucy Satyr around this time.
Aidos, I can't give you too much gold, but I'd like to chip in for the cost to get Sapphus' stuff back.
Oh, that's fine.
I'll give you 25 gold. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of money, and I already owed Dre some, but I'd like to contribute, and I'd like Sapphus to feel included.
That's fine. Thanks for the contribution, I guess. Not needed, though.
I will also give some money.
I'm really pissed off at them, but it's not like I wish them to lose their stuff or, any ill will. It's just... I can't believe they're just acting so reckless and how...
No, I get it.
They can blame everyone on their problems, but not look at the source of it, which is their own recklessness. It's just...
I get it. I understand why you're angry. I won't lie and say that I wasn't frustrated as well. And I agree with you that they need to acknowledge some sort of responsibility in this. And
like Kara said, we're not their parents.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think they obviously don't respond well to yelling. So maybe we can all have a
sorry. if they piss people off because we told them and they can deal with the consequences of what they did, that's not my problem. And you know what? If they stay, if they go, for me, it's the same.
I know, but maybe in the future we can attempt to communicate more effectively. I am curious to find out how they got nabbed. Oh, they mentioned they dropped the disguise. Never mind.
I think, personally, that when we have issues within the group, we should try to speak more with a level head. Because
I agree. I will do my absolute best of not raising my voice again, but don't expect me to be just. I just can't deal with them right now.
I get it.
It's fair. When you are feeling overwhelmed in any way in relation to a conversation, it's best to walk away and come back.
Adriana?
From my personal experience.
I agree, Kars. I do.
Yeah, I guess. Whatever.
Robin?
Dree is in their room packing up every bit of their stuff with the intention of, at the very minimum, moving to a different inn.
We'll come to that when they get back to the room.
Okay, yeah, so I'd also like to give you some coin for the stuff, if that's alright.
Appreciate it, man. But again, it's not necessary. You guys... Yes, it pains me to part of that much gold just to uselessly get back stuff that shouldn't even be stolen in the first place. No, that's too much, man. Come on.
50?
25, just like Regan did if you wanted to give something. I said, don't give any. We're fine.
Alright, 25 then.
Maybe Sapphus will, cover the rest. It was, they lost their stuff on their own. This is just a gesture. And I get it, it's a lot of gold to fork over, but...
I used the money I was going to give them. Haven't decided if I'm going to give them the rest, since they obviously didn't even want it. So...
Well, we'll see how it goes. I get it. It's also just like a pain in the ass to pay for stuff that somebody already owns. That Calidora is like... She has like the best business plan I've ever seen. Like,
I'm gonna crack
she
that
takes stuff and then sells it back to the person that they've already bought it. She's literally paying nothing in merchandise and making all profits. Yeah,
it's actually a very common practice.
Honestly, it's evil, but it's fucking genius. Like, it really is.
Yeah.
Maybe if we get the Archon sorted out, they can crack down on that shit, hey?
Maybe. Yeah.
As a special favor to us for saving their lives.
She wasn't afraid of guards.
Not guards, but the Archon might be a little bit different.
Yeah, I tried to get some information from her on that, and she was not very tight-lipped. So, I agree. I would very much like to see her see some justice.
Well, first we need to get the Archon into a better state than just sleeping, because otherwise, unless you tell it to him on his dreams, I don't think he's gonna be able to do something about it.
Yeah.
Funny, and I have a plan about the temple.
Do tell.
Well, I was gonna tell with everyone because it's a
Maybe let's wait. All
right. Yeah, we can wait for them.
Are we here first?
You're on mute, babe.
You're on mute.
Yeah, you guys made it there after Brianna's already upstairs. You would enter the tavern and you would see Kiva and Sapphus getting drinks.
Okay.
They were going to.
Perhaps I could take...
Sorry, go ahead.
This stuff to Sapphus for... I feel like we were on better terms at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna go see if I can find Dree. Gallagher hasn't mentioned anything. Maybe he got distracted.
I'll go to my room.
Okay, I approach Sapphus and Kiba.
Yeah.
Regan, you head up the stairs and you actually see Gallagher just sitting outside of the door of your room. Just sitting there.
Oh. I'll open the door. You're still in there?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, where'd you go? I thought we were gonna go to Caladora's. I was worried I sent Gallagher after you, but I guess you beat him here.
Yeah, I had other stuff, I felt the need to do, and
What other stuff?
Well, I'm glad for it. Grab your things. Why are we leaving town, or we're leaving this inn?
Why? What happened?
From what I've seen of Sapphus, you are not safe here. We need to at least marginally separate ourselves. So please, I will admit my truth if that's what you feel is necessary, because I trust you, but in return I need you to trust me, and we need to go stay somewhere else.
No, I mean, if you don't feel like you can tell them, and given what happened tonight, I understand the reluctance to trust Sapphus with it, but I'm not as concerned with it. But I don't understand why we need to leave. I mean, people stay at the same inns all the time, and this is one of the best ones in the city.
Yeah, I'm not personally overly concerned about our comfort right now, but Sapphus went from mildly indiscreet to whatever it was that happened tonight. So please, for me, please.
Drew, you're not making a lot of sense. I'll go if you need to go, but I mean, yes, we just got
let's go, please.
Wait, let's talk about this. Karis and Iotis and I just got all of Sapphus' stuff back. Kiba talked to Sapphus. As far as I know, Iotis is still very wary of Sapphus, and that's his right, and I would be more careful around them as well in regards to magic, but I don't know if I necessarily feel the need to leave at this point. I feel very strongly that we are meant to be together in some capacity. And there's stuff we need to do here, and it's best if we're together to accomplish it. I know you want to help Lady Damaris. The best way to do that is if we're together. I had planned on talking to Sapphus on my own at some point, maybe not tonight, given that emotions are so high, but, just so that, we can clear the air between us, since I feel it was my concerns that kind of started all of this.
I followed them tonight.
Oh, when you left?
Yeah. And I can't say I heard anything entirely damning.
That's good.
Didn't hear anything that made me think I could trust them either.
Trust was earned, especially with you. I mean, not to say necessarily that they broke our trust, but once trust has been damaged in some form, it's harder to get back. I'm not saying we trust anyone blindly at this point. I think I trust a little too easily, and maybe I should learn better from you. But I really don't think Sapphus means any harm. I don't think that they're malicious in any way. I just think that, they maybe think differently. That's all.
From what I've heard, I don't necessarily think it's malicious either, but regardless of intent, when an enemy comes for you, like, at that point, does intent matter? I've had my time on this earth.
So I was thinking about that, the whole bounty thing. The reason that we're so worried, if we save Damaris's daughter and husband, the Archon is the most powerful man in the city. In theory, he would owe me one, right? Maybe he could lift the bounty, and maybe it wouldn't be quite as dangerous. I still think magic is extremely dangerous to be doing in public, given how fearful people are of it, and even the gods' perspective. But I wouldn't want anyone to not do it. I don't want to not do it. So maybe I can just talk to Sapphus and say, hey, can you just be super discreet for the next week until we figure out this thing with Damaris and her husband, and maybe once the bounty is lifted, it'll be less dangerous for me personally. If they want to risk themselves, that's on them. If they do magic, that's not going to fall on us if there's no bounty on my head. Or Brina's head.
I mean, if that is what you feel is the best path forward, yes, please feel free. Obviously, I mean, I don't mean to assume you need my permission or anything, but if you choose to work with Sapphus in that way, but I will be watching.
It's good.
I do not
I know
trust
you.
them.
That's fine. I don't blame you. And I don't blame Iotis for being angry, and I get it. I understand how things got out of hand tonight, and I think that Sapphus and I need to have a conversation as well to clear. I just think that you and Iotis were very mad on my behalf, and I appreciate that, but it's not necessary, and I appreciate you having my back, and I know you always will. But I don't feel the need to leave, and I don't feel the need to not work with Sapphus at this point. I still feel like we can work with them. I think we're effective as a group. And I think Sapphus may be the best, if we're all working together as a group, and Sapphus is a part of that group, knowing how effective we are, they're the best chance of me, living, worry-free, right?
I disagree, but you do tend to know more about these things than I do, and I'll reach in to my pack and rummage through my actor's clothes and hand a wig and a couple different outfits to Regan in case of emergency.
That's a good idea. Thanks. Yep. This is a bigger city than we're used to, so I should probably be taking extra precautions. I appreciate you looking out for me.
Always will. But I guess I'm a little outside of my realm here, and my perspectives aren't great. So
no, it's all right.
Here's what you need. I will have your back, but I won't interfere anymore.
Well,
I'll walk up to my room.
Yeah, we are in our room.
You are in your room.
Oh shit! I will walk to my bed.
Robin's drunk. No. Okay.
I'll go.
All that intensity. Forgot where I am. All right.
I'll go to bed as well.
Sure. And then we'll have, I'm just assuming everyone else just stays down there with drinks and stuff?
Yeah, Kara said he was going to give the stuff back to Sapphus.
I'll let that roleplay moment go in.
Yeah, so I walk up. Hey, Sapphus. You're mute.
Like miming.
I will say that I still have the marks of crying.
Oh, shit.
Hey, Karis.
Hey, Aotis, Regan and I, we got your stuff back.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you.
Here, and I was like, put it on the table.
Just put it in, like, that's my lyre. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, 1 sec. Daisy. Sorry. Will I be seeing you for breakfast?
I don't think so.
No?
I think so.
You think so? Okay, good. I would much prefer it if you were there.
You're a good one.
I think you're a good one too. I hope your evening gets better. I'm gonna head up though.
Hey, to Aphrodite.
To Aphrodite. Now I go upstairs.
Aedos will actually take his stuff and go hunting to see if he can get some calm. Maybe get something good to offer to Artemis and do some prayer later on.
Awesome. Alright. So I think that's a good place to end the session. With emotions high. Crazy good role playing. Everyone does their own thing, goes to bed when they want, and then we'll pick up next time.
I'll just do one thing. Sapphus will give a bottle and attempt to pray as something, not exactly like specific on, but like attempt to like ask for some guidance.
All right. Let's hear your prayer, because it will determine what happens next session.
Okay.
Hey, it's me again. I still don't know who you are. Things are weird now. I feel like part of the group is listening and part isn't. It wasn't my intention to harm anyone. I know it's in my nature to be like super chaotic, but I don't want to hurt people. I really didn't know that would like cause harm. It's just, you know, I don't know. What is the goal here? What's my mission, if there's any whatsoever? Like, I'm trying to understand what my role in the world is, and if I fit in this group at all. Like, I feel like Gary's and me, we bond. Like I can feel like he's a really good friend, and Kiva is a really understanding man as well. Like, I feel like Regan is very reasonable and smart. Like, and I appreciate Ada's passion, but just the way he deals with things is just completely contrary to what I am, or what I think society should be anyways. Like, shouldn't be yelling at each other. That just causes hurt. Like, blame me about harming people, but there's more harm than just the physical one, you know? I don't know. Just and then this is weird thing about powers. These powers cause nothing but trouble. But if you give me guidance, whoever you are, perhaps I can try to do better. I don't know. I'll try to do better by my own, but like, I have some guidance better, of course, you know. Alright, anyways. I spill a little bit on the floor. Just okay. I go to bed.
Are you praying in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. The rest of that bottle helps you fall asleep. And the next morning, you wake up to something in your bed. And we'll pick up next time.
Oh!
Nice. Nice.
Damn it!
Yeah.
Alright, that's cool.
I saw Bailey's crying during that prayer.
I'm an emotional person, okay?
I was like, oh, that's the cry face. Her eyes are getting red.
I mean, I was crying. I was almost crying through my conversation with you.
Oh man, you got me.
I know, like poker face. Oh
man.
Oh, I'm really proud of you guys. That was some intense role playing. I love that inter-party stuff. That is so awesome. Yeah. Anyway, so that is it for Adventures of the Known World, and we will be back on October 31st, Halloween.
Okay. It's all quarantine.
Sure.
All right. Have a good night. Bye.
When I was a child, I walked around with my hands stretched to my side. And in the front seat, I spread my fingers out when I learned to drive. Well, I was waiting for your hand. I was waiting for you. Yeah, I was waiting for your hand. I was waiting for you. When I was alone, I watched them slip as they sliced into my skin. At that hospital, where the blood poured over my arms and the light shined in. Well, I was waiting for your hand. I was waiting for you. Yeah, I was waiting for your hand. I was waiting for you. I was overjoyed at the hope that you'd walk in at a red light. All the days that I did not know if I'd make it through the night. How lucky am I to be alive, to love you. How lucky am I to be alive, to love you. Let me go back and tell me I'll survive, and say someday you will find me. Let me go back and tell me I'll survive, and to someday you will find me. Let me go back and tell me when I was a child. that you'd walk in at a red light. All the days that I did not know if I'd make it through the night. How lucky am I to be alive, to love you? How lucky am I to be